Well, what a day it was on Monday. Opening day, the pregame ceremonies. Andrew McCutchen got his MVP, comeback player of the year. Francisco Liriano pitched extremely well. And, of course, Pittsburgh's own Neil Walker with his first career walk-off. It was a home run in the 10th. And they are filing into PNC Park for the first night game of the 2014 schedule. Greg Brown and Bob Walk with you. Glad you could be with us tonight. And Bob, Francisco Liriano pitched very well. We're looking for a similar start perhaps tonight from Charlie Morton.
Well, I certainly am. I really liked the way Charlie looked in spring training. I mean, he was really throwing the ball free and easy, had good command of everything. And last year he made a big step forward, coming off arm injury, really pitched better, I think, than anybody had a right to expect coming off the surgery. And I think that this season is going to be even much better for Charlie. I think he's going to show that he can be a top-of-the-rotation type pitcher this year. I think he's going to be that good.
Hey, take a look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders, and among the league leaders were the Pirates in terms of pitching, Bob, last year.
If you look at for a reason of why the team was so good, that's all you got to look at, really. The pitching was just outstanding. And, anybody that gets to the postseason, you're going to have numbers something like this. And this, frankly, is what we're looking for again this year. Looking
for another W. The Pirates winning in dramatic fashion opening day here at PNC Park. Tonight, it is Game 2 of the season. Of course, Neil Walker, that dramatic walk-off home run in the bottom of the 10th inning. Who will be the hero tonight? It's the Pirates and the Chicago Cubs from PNC Park coming up next.
Walker hammers it. Goodbye, baseball. You can kiss it goodbye. How good is your opening day?
What a day. What a day in the bird.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it hasn't really hit me, but what a crowd we got here. What a great day. Can't ask for anything more.
Can't get enough of that. It's kind of like last year. You couldn't get enough of last year. As Stan just said, it's like it was a seamless transition, like there was no winter.
Exactly. I mean, how many times did we see that big dog pile at home plate last season. It just, and there, the first day, there it is. It's Walker hitting the home run. It's just like it was some kind of a script that's been written. And the pitching, outstanding, 10 shutout innings. They're loving it. Fans are loving it. They're just cruising.
Waiting for Charlie Morton and the Bucks. Andrew McCutchen and Josh Harrison in the driver's seats. And Charlie Morton, it'll be his opening day. Always is, Bob, when these guys go through the rotation once, each starting pitcher.
No, the first time it's a little extra nerves that you have to deal with. But, once I think it's kind of a cliche. Once you throw that first pitch, and you're all right. Maybe not the first pitch. You get through that first inning, and then you get back in the dugout, especially if it was a nice inning. Then it becomes a little more natural, a little more normal feeling. Oh, what an opening day for that man.
His first career walk-off hit. So he had one in the minors, AAA Indy, but that was his first in the big leagues. And for Charlie Morton, last year, coming back from Tommy John surgery, looked like he got better and better as the season went on. He ended up with a record of 7-4, and in 20 starts, a .326 earned run average. His last 5 starts here, he was 2-0 here at PNC Park with a .214 ERA. Those are his overall numbers last season.
Yeah, there's been times in his Pirate career, Greg, that I thought that he just didn't have good control of that sinker because it would move so much. It was like he wasn't sure where to start it, how far it was going to run. Last year, he really started getting a handle on that. And another thing I think he's slowly improving on is he's getting a few more weapons to use against those left-handed hitters. It's at least not in his head so much that, oh no, here's a lefty, I'm going to struggle with this guy. That he's changing some speeds on him, and it's not like it was, say, a couple of years ago where it was like, oh, they stacked the lineup against lefties and it's going to be a problem.
Well, Rick Renteria, the rookie skipper of the Chicago Cubs, does try to stack the deck against Morton with left-handed hitters, including leadoff man Emilio Bonifacio, who will bat from the left side. Then it's Luis Valbuena, Starlin Castro, and Anthony Rizzo. Nate Shearholtz is 5 for 15 lifetime against Charlie Morton. Another lefty, Ryan Sweeney, will follow. Wellington Castillo behind the plate. Ryan Kalish is in left, and Edwin Jackson on the mound.
What a nice crowd tonight.
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's starting to fill in here.
It's more like a weeknight in the middle of the summer. On April 2nd.
Oh, Emilio Bonifacio, who had quite an opening day. And he takes the first pitch for a strike. Bonifacio with 4 hits on Monday, 4 for 5 in his Cubs debut. And another strike. Morton working with Russell Martin. Bouncing ball. And it skips off of Alvarez's glove. That'll be a base hit for Bonifacio.
It looked like it was going to be right to Mercer. See where Mercer is. Yeah, not right to him, but he would have definitely, he'd already planted that right foot. He was going to be in front of it. Deflected it by him. Now, Bonifacio runs real well. Even if it gets through to Mercer, it's not exactly a routine out at that point.
He runs well enough that he likes to take off. He'll more than likely be attempting a steal. See if Morton starts to throw over there. Pitch in the dirt to Luis Valbuena. Russell Martin threw out 41% of the runners trying to steal last year. Outstanding job. With Martin behind the plate and Morton on the mound, they did a better job of containing that running game. That had been a trouble spot for Charlie Morton. And last year did much better work. The throw over. Even though it was a 1-0 final on Monday in 10 innings, the game featured some really unique moments, including the first ever challenge in Major League history. Rick Renteria Went with the replay challenge in the 5th inning. On a double play. Bunted into by Jeff Samardzija. And then the Pirates challenged in the 10th inning. Clint Hurdle, and it really paid off with Bonifacio at first and 1 out. Brian Morris tried to pick off Bonifacio. Initially the safe call from Bob Davidson. Hurdle went out, asked for the challenge, and it was overturned. And look at this, they picked off Bonifacio again. No challenge necessary there.
He really committed himself to steal. Usually on lefties, you'll see him kind of get picked off this much. You'll go on first move, but not against a right-hander. Against a right-hander, that's being picked off by a mile.
And fouled off. So now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Valbuena. Charlie Morton's home earned run average last year, 285. Oh, didn't miss by a lot. Slow breaking ball.
Just a little high, perhaps.
Valbuena hit 218 in 108 games for the Cubs last year. 2-2. Stays 2-2 on Valbuena. Popped up. This is going out of play. Alvarez went over to take a look.
Ideally, what Charlie wants from these lefties is for them to be aggressive and try to go out and hook balls that are away from him. That's how he's going to get those ground balls. You don't want the left-hand hitters going back through the middle or trying to go toward left center with anything.
Still 2-2 on Valbuena. Got him, the chase.
Yeah, I think those breaking balls, even the high one that was just a little bit out of the zone, set up that pitch. As part of this late swing, as Valbuena wasn't sure about what that ball was going to do. The ball had a little life to it too, not the sinking life, but a little sailing life.
2 out, Starlin Castro. Shortstop who was 0 for 3 with a walk. Takes ball 1. 0 for 3 on Monday. 24-year-old who hit .245 last year for the Cubs. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
One of the big question marks for the Cubs is, will Castro have a comeback here? They're trying to rebuild. They've been really trying to rebuild for a couple seasons now. But they thought the shortstop position was something they weren't going to have to worry about.
One of the reasons why Javier Baez has been playing some second base. Strike 3 call. Back-to-back Ks. Leadoff hit, the pickoff, a couple of strikeouts. Half inning, Cubs nothing. The Buccos are coming to bat. Edwin Jackson here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the lineup. Ted Hurdle's Buccos. Brought to you by Toyota. Starling Marte, Travis Snyder, Andrew McCutchen. 8 for 20 in his career against the Cubs starter. Pedro Alvarez hits cleanup. Then it's Russell Martin and Neil Walker, Travis Ishikawa, Jordy Mercer, and Charlie Morton. Starling Marte. A couple of hard hit balls opening day, including a double. Bob, they're hoping for a better season out of Edwin Jackson.
They certainly are. They don't want to see basically a 5 ERA from him. You know, even getting it down to say 4.5. I mean, that would help things out a lot. But he has pitched pretty well against the Bucks over the years. So we'll see how this one works its way out. Be nice for us to jump out and play with a little bit of a lead after all the shutout innings yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me. Forgot about the
off
day off. Yeah.
Strike, fastball to Marte. Lined out his first time up on Monday, then walked and doubled in the 6th inning.
The leadoff double. Thought that was going to be the inning to get something going.
That was in the 6th, but they could not move him from second base. Francisco Liriano putting up zeros, striking out 10 in 6 innings. All 2 strikes on Marte. And Jeff Samardzija pitched well again here. No decision, 7 innings, 5 hits, no runs. That was quite a pitching duel.
Look at those strikeouts. 10 strikeouts. He's picking right up from last year. There's so many things about that opening day game.
Oh, so many things familiar.
Yeah, last year written all over it.
Marte gets hit a bunch. He was among the league leaders last year in that department.
He doesn't walk a whole lot, which is not ideal for a leadoff hitter, but he does have a decent on-base percentage because he gets hit so often.
He was hit 24 times last year.
That one hurt a little bit. Got all the way through to the forearm is on his right arm.
Marte aboard. He likes to run. Stole 41 bases last year. Travis Snyder, who hit second on Monday, bats second tonight. There you see the leaders. Hit batsman, and Marte was right behind Shin-Soo Choo and just in front of his teammate Neil Walker. Still checking on that hand.
No cookies tonight. He didn't have the oven mitt on.
He had it on Monday, didn't he? Pretty sure.
We saw it in spring training.
He had that hand bruise and sprained his right finger when he was attempting a steal in August last year. There it is.
No, that's not the oven mitt.
No.
It looked like Rick tried to give it to him, but he turned it down.
Maybe that means he's going to steal right now.
Decent lead.
And he did have a real good lead.
There's the oven mitt in the pocket.
And bounce. That's going to be 2. Double play. 3-6 DP. And 2 outs. Snyder bounces it right to Anthony Rizzo.
Really, even with Marte's excellent speed, if there was anything he was going to do, he definitely hung out to dry there.
That cleans things up for the Cubs.
thing I think that Snyder's probably going to have to do a little bit, batting behind Marte, is start taking a few more pitches and allowing, because Marte wants to run every time. Take a few pitches, let him go.
McCutchen 1 for 3 on Monday with a walk. His first at bat in the first inning, singled. Three pitches out of the zone to McCutchen, who also walked on Monday in his third plate appearance. And swinging on the 3-0 pitch, fouls it off. Back 4 years ago, April the 11th, first home run of the year for McCutchen off of Edwin Jackson. And 2 years ago, first home run of the season off of Edwin Jackson, who was pitching for the Nationals then. Our day key matchup of the night, and ball 4.
Well, hopefully catch keep those long balls going a little earlier this year.
He's aboard with 2 outs for Pedro Alvarez. Alvarez was 0 for 4 on opening day with a couple of strikeouts. Hardest hit ball of the night for him was in the 6th inning with runners at first and second and 1 out. He lined a one-hop shot to Starlin Castro, who had him played perfectly, and Castro is there again as they shift on Alvarez. And a pickoff attempt.
I think everybody would like to see Kutch steal a few more bases than he's been stealing, but one of the things that is a little more difficult with him is hitting third with Alvarez up. You're in scoring position. You'd like to think you are at first base. You don't want to make an out on the bases when you have your home run hitter at the plate, and that's one of the reasons why he might be a little more cautious than if he was hitting in front of somebody else.
That is Castro over on the other side of second base, the shortstop, and Valbuena, the only man between second and third.
And the outfield pretty much straight away and deep.
1-0 on Alvarez. Count even.
A little late on this fastball. But especially first time through the lineup, you're going to get fastballs from Jackson. Got to sit on them.
36 homers last year, tied with Paul Goldschmidt for the league lead. Another fastball up. Alvarez begins this year as the cleanup hitter. Ken Hurdle tried him in the cleanup spot last year and the year before without much success, but he's the obvious choice to be there this year full time. Another one upstairs, 3-1.
Unless you're putting some pressure on yourself mentally that shouldn't be there, wherever you're at in the lineup, the number you're hitting should make no difference whatsoever. It's all about who's on deck behind you and who's hitting in front of you as to what kind of how you're going to get pitched. Hitting fourth, third, fifth, seventh, that the number you're hitting in the lineup shouldn't make any difference. It's the guys around you that make a difference. Now, if you're struggling hitting cleanup and not in, say, the number 5 spot, that might be a little more mental than anything else, that you're thinking, okay, I'm the cleanup man and I got to try and do more than you've been doing when you've been hitting well, say, in a 5-hole. But I'm talking from a pitcher standpoint. Doesn't matter if it's cleanup hitter. It's who's on deck, and a little bit, who was in front of you is going to have a little bit of effect, because you might.
The number 2 guy in front of McCutchen. Will that make a difference if you're hitting in front of McCutchen?
Well, sure, yeah. What you're doing when you're looking at who's on deck, it's like, okay, how am I really worried about walking this guy or not? I mean, that's what you're kind of thinking about. And so how big of a piece of the strike zone do I have to try and take?
And skies that one up on the left side. Shortstop Castro put it away. Buccos get a couple base runners, and after one, it's 0-0. Anthony Rizzo will lead things off. Bob Walk, his part-time job is weatherman, and he has put together for us what looks like some radar on the field here.
Looks like heavy rain around first base, but
this is the balls in play for Anthony Rizzo last year against right-handed pitching, and I guess, Bob, that means he hits a lot of balls toward first base.
Well, this is the kind of things you look at when you're trying to set the defense and figure out where you're going to put guys. That obviously you're going to see a lot of ground balls over through that red area. That's where he hits all of his ground balls. So you're trying to overload on that side. Now where Pedro just went, you don't see a lot of action, but you don't see anything over at third either. So why leave him over there?
Oh, right away, Rizzo hit by the pitch, and benches are warned. Home plate umpire Bob Davidson warns both benches. Starling Marte was hit to lead off the bottom of the first, so Charlie Morton plunks Anthony Rizzo to start the second.
Rode that fastball right in, got him on the thigh. I've talked about this till the cows come home over the years, so we won't get too far into it right now. It's just, I would rather see us, if we thought that there was something going on, send a message to Jackson. But it's just, everybody has their different opinion on it.
Well,
and I really don't think anybody is throwing at Marte. I mean, Marte gets hit
a lot.
Yeah, he's going to get hit 30 some times this year. Maybe 2 of those, they're trying to hit him. So, are you going to throw at somebody every time Marte gets hit all year long?
And a base hit. They'll put runners at first and second. Nate Shearholtz singles into right center.
Sherholz taking advantage of the fact that Walker was playing him to pull a little.
2 on, nobody out. The batter, Ryan Sweeney. Ball 1. Sweeney signed a minor league deal April of last year. Had been released by the Red Sox at the end of spring training. And here comes Russell Martin.
Close. Yeah, right on the edge. Should have been a strike. It's a nice pitch. And that makes a big difference. 2-0, 1-1. It's a world of difference to what you can try and throw now. A couple of guys on base, 2-0 count. This is not, ideal where you want to be. 1-1, you still have a lot more options.
It could be 2. There's 1. There's 2.
A nice strong arm from Mercer on that throw. Look at that, with Sherholz up there playing him to pull, he beat it with that ball up the middle. This time, you're playing to pull, and you get it. Mercer really had something on that throw.
Shot from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo shows you Mercer's gun to first, doubling up Sweeney. 2 outs, Rizzo at third.
I was just kind of reminded me when I saw the ground ball to the right side. Until his pitch. Talk about it next time.
Ground shot. At it again. Wellington Castillo is retired. To the bottom of the second. Russell Martin, Neil Walker, Travis Ishikawa.
Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Now's the time to go places with Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com for special offers. And by PNC Bank for the achiever in you. Let's go Bucks.
Neil Walker due up second here in this bottom of the second inning. A walk-off hero on Monday. Anthony Rizzo was hit by the pitch to start the top of the second inning, and then Nate Sherholz followed with a base hit, but Charlie Morton got the double play ball from Ryan Sweeney, and Castillo bounced back to the mound. Bob talked about it at the outset. It'll be fun to watch Charlie Morton as he ready to take that next big step.
Before he got hurt, he was showing some flashes. Being a shutdown pitcher, a guy that is going to be like a 1-2 type pitcher in a rotation. Remember there was a lot of players, opposition players, talking about how you remind him of Doc Holliday, and we don't want to face him, and then that kind of went away. He hurt his elbow, and ended up having the surgery. Well, I think he is starting to get back, really in a consistent, even more consistent than before, get back as that type of a pitcher.
Russell Martin lines out to right, and it will bring up Neil Walker.
Second baseman, number 18, Neil Walker.
Walker was hitless until the home run in the 10th. Of course, the Pirates only had 6 hits on the day. Strike one on the Bucco second baseman. The other way. And no. Could not hold on. Kalish tried to make the sliding catch. Could not hold on. It'll be a base hit. A lot of players go to that feet first slide these days. They're down to one knee.
Would that have been an easier play for him just to keep run in and just
keep your feet?
I mean, he would have caught that ball about maybe thigh high.
So many players do that these days. Now tip to Ishikawa. 2 hits. His first game as a Bucco. Former 21st round pick, the San Francisco Giants, back in 2002. Walker back. This is fouled away. Well, Neil Walker had that big day, of course, on Monday. And imagine Robbie Ince-Mikowski, some of his buddies would have talked to him about it.
Yeah, when you're from Pittsburgh and you hit a walk-off home run for your first career walk-off here on opening day in Pittsburgh, your cell phone's going to blow up. And for Neil Walker, 52 texts, 6 missed calls / voicemails, and 10 emails. He still has yet to get back to everybody, so he wanted me to tell people, hey, if he hasn't gotten back to you, just hang tight. He'll get there at some point in time. That was all in the first 2 hours from the time he hit the home run, Greg, until he hit that point of 52 texts, 6 voicemails, and 10 emails.
He's going to be a busy guy trying to get back. Well, we'll do him the favor. Robbie just did. There you go, Neil. Just got back to everybody. He's had some big hits against the Cubs. He had the grand slam opening day at Wrigley a couple years back. This pitch is taken. His first career home run was here in 2010, June the 1st, against the Cubs' Ted Lilly. A 2-run homer that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead in the 8th inning that day. First career home run. Ishikawa lays off. Edwin Jackson was, if he wanted to, was going to be a Pirate. And he turned down the deal after the 2011 season. Had a pretty decent year with the White Sox and Cardinals and became a free agent. But he turned down the Pirates offer, instead signed a 1-year contract with the Washington Nationals and went 10-11 2 years ago with an ERA just over 4. And then before last season, free agent again. He signed a 4-year contract with the Cubs, a $52 million deal, and he led the National League in losses last season with 8-18. Former Dodger, one-time Tampa Bay Ray, spent a year with the Detroit Tigers, was in Arizona for half a year. 3-2 on Ishikawa. And Jackson has slowed it down.
Well, this is the kind of at bat that I think really shows you one of the strengths of Ishikawa. That he's been around. He'll give you that veteran at bat. He's not going to panic once he gets behind an account. He got back there with that 1-2 count, and they're trying to get him to chase. Threw a couple fastballs up high. That last off-speed pitch, bouncing it right on top of the plate, and he's just not even thinking about it. Not even a check swing. Very patient, not hitting the panic button.
Runner goes, taken high, and the Pirates have runners at first and second. Another example there, Bob. No panic.
No, I mean, he was behind an account. It was 0-2, wasn't it?
I believe so.
And then they went 2 fastballs upstairs, slow stuff down, back upstairs, and never really even thought about chasing anything. Some of your, even some of your older guys, they get a runner on base and they get a little antsy and they expand that strike zone and they want to just start swinging, start hacking all the time. Very patient at bat there, even though he fell behind the count.
Somebody asked Ishikawa about that the other day, and he said, even if the end result, I don't reach base, I will try to battle, and I'll think about, hey, I'll walk, gets the next guy up. In this case, Mercer, he said, let somebody else drive in a run if need be. And so that's up to Mercer now with runners at first and second. Charlie Morton on deck, so Mercer wants to do it here.
It kind of boils down to this. If the pitcher gets you out, so be it. Don't get yourself out. And a lot of hitters, young, old, in between, they'll get themselves out in a lot of situations where they get antsy. They get behind in the count, especially. That makes them get a little panicky and start swinging the bat at anything. I think probably one of the best guys we have at that, when he's swinging the bat well, is out at second base, Walker. When Neil is in one of those grooves, well, he really is patient. He's not out there chasing a lot of stuff. He looks for his pitch.
Jordy Mercer was so good in these situations last year. That man at second base. He takes 2-1. For the season, Mercer hit .285, 8 homers, 27 runs batted in. 27-year-old, former third-round pick of the Pirates out of Oklahoma State back in 2008. Taking over the starting shortstop role this season. And now Clint Barmas becomes his backup. Barmas will bounce around the infield. Second, third, even first. Mercer was 0 for 3 on Monday. Two and one. Ground ball, base hit into left. Nick Lavel will wave home Walker. Kalish will throw a one-hopper toward the infield, and it is 1-0 Pirates on a Jordy Mercer single to left.
You love to see the ground ball singles when they try to knock that run in. Give that runner at second base a few more steps before the ball gets to the outfielder. It turned out to be really no contest. Real poor throw. Also coming in from left field.
Just threw it right into the ground in front of him.
That's about a 4-5 hopper. And yeah, Kalish. That ball had about maybe 50 feet of carry to it.
Kalish decided to go down to one knee to try and make the catch on the fly ball hit by Walker. Could not hold on to it. Went for a hit. his attempt to throw out the runner at the plate. He basically bounced it right toward the third base area. Now Morton will try and advance the runners 90 feet. Foul ball.
Wants to bunt this ball up the third base line for sure. Wants Valbuena to have to come in and handle it.
Maybe Leyva said just that to him.
I mean, it almost looked like he was just trying to bunt the ball back somewhere. I mean, we saw yesterday when there was a Samardzija hit, bunt that ball right back to the mound. Pirates able to get the not only the lead runner but the double play, big play. But if you bunt it to the third baseman and he's got to come and field that, unless it's a wheel play, he has nowhere to throw the ball but first.
Takes. Morton had a couple of successful sacrifice bunts last season. So Neil Walker has scored the first 2 runs of the 2014 season. One ball, one strike. Now swinging away. One and two. Squares, takes, no, home plate umpire said he went. That'll be a strikeout. With 2 down, and the first strikeout for Edwin Jackson.
Maybe he brought that back in time. Not my opinion, it counts. It's Bob's. That Bob.
Umpiring crew for you. Bob Davidson, James Hoy, John Serpain, and the crew chief at third base, John Hirschbeck.
Not a good first attempt at moving runners along for Charlie.
If Marte can pick him up. Big cut on the high fastball. Charlie Morton signed a 3-year contract extension over the winter. Starling Marte a 6-year deal, and with options could make it an 8-year contract. Signed it in spring training. Another high fastball, and they got him at first base. A pickoff. Castillo to Rizzo, and they nab Mercer. The Mercer saying no way. And now here comes Clint Hurdle, and let's see if Jeff Bannister, who will go to the phone in the dugout, we might have another challenge here. Let's see. Mercer says no way, but I think he's out.
It looked like he's out pretty easy.
So Clint Hurdle is going out there, maybe peeking into the dugout. Mercer wants the replay.
That must be the sign, the chop.
Jeff Bannister will give the thumbs up or the thumbs down whether to challenge or not after communicating with the video coordinator in the clubhouse. No challenge, and the applause from John Hirschbeck. You got it right. No challenge. Hirschbeck, and he was applauding first base umpire James Hoy. Take another look at the pickoff. And they get Mercer. Rizzo applies the tag. Now, after a third out, the manager has to immediately run onto the field and notify the umpires that he is considering a challenge, and that has to happen within 30 seconds, according to the new rules. Ryan Kalish takes ball 2. Jordy Mercer picked off first.
If you're Edwin Jackson, you would like to stay on the mound in that situation instead of running in the dugout. If you're out on the mound, you can continue to play some catch. You know, throw a couple to your catcher.
Toward left, hit pretty well, but maybe out of play.
In that scenario, if there would have been a little bit of some time off the clock, arguing a little bit, and then you do the challenge, and then they go, and it's a little bit of sitting in the dugout without doing anything, and now having to go back out and pitch without warm-up throws.
Yes, he did. And it's another strikeout for Charlie Morton, his third.
Charlie's doing some pretty good work over on the first base side of home plate. Not really his strength.
Edwin Jackson, pretty decent hitting pitcher. A couple of career homers. His first career home run 4 years ago against the Pirates. Jack Tashner was the Pirates pitcher that gave up the home run. 0-2 on Edwin Jackson. Charlie Morton, a 3-year contract signed in December. Extension. Oh, good look at breaking ball, strikes out his mound opponent looking. 4 Ks. Well, we want to see how you root for the Pirates. Be our AT&T fan photo of the day. Show us the most unique ways you raise the Jolly Roger, the fun places you watch the games on Root Sports, how you display your Pirate pride, maybe some superstitions you have. Just submit a picture via Twitter using the hashtag BucksFanPhoto, and we'll show them during our broadcast. BucksFanPhoto, that hashtag shows how you root for the Bucks watching us on Root Sports. Strike 1 on Bonifacio.
Another pitch to that first base side of home plate.
Out in front, 0-2.
And Charlie's comfort side is the third base side. Again, that's the direction that his fastball, his two-seam fastball, is always going to try and run. Even when it starts down the middle, it's going to naturally run to the right, out over toward the outside corner where left-hand hitter standing in.
Wanted that too.
That curveball in. They'll call that the backdoor curveball. You start away outside and try just to catch that corner with it. Bring it back, bring it back. That one didn't come forward. Didn't get in that back door. Stayed out on the porch, I guess you'd call that.
Oh, Bonifacio is a pain right now. 4 hits opening day and 2 for 2 tonight. Figure you're going to throw over there a couple times.
We'll keep picking him off.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Right. Strike.
Like to get that pitch all night. That one had a little run.
Gary Searage.
Sea Rage.
He's got a new goatee look this year, doesn't he? A little stylish,
He's
doesn't he?
always trying to change things up a little bit here and there. Always looking his best.
Throw over. Bonifacio back. Luis Valbuena struck out his first time up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bucks up 1-0. And missing inside. Valbuena, a dozen homers. 331 at bats last year. Originally signed by the Seattle Mariners.
Good hit and run count. They're not going.
Didn't miss by a lot, but he falls behind. 3-1.
A lot of times against sinker ball, where you'll see him use that hit and run, trying to move runners, stay out of a double play, not trying to steal bases. So you're not really getting a great jump off first, but you're just running to stay out of that double play in case a ground ball is hit.
Line drive to right field. Bonifacio to third. And runners at the corners for the Cubs.
Greg, take back what I said about the head run.
Nobody would have said we wouldn't. Just don't say anything. Just let it slide.
I'm gonna get a text from Wayne.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see. I think my phone's already buzzed. You could have just let it slide.
No, I can't do that.
Because John won't let you.
No.
Starlin Castro struck out looking in the first inning. Castro had his share of run-ins with Dale Swaim. Swaim did anything he could to try and keep Castro in the game in terms of keeping his head in the game. Got all the talent in the world, but maybe lack of concentration at times. His batting average has dipped in the last 3 years. Hit 245 last year after hitting 307 3 years ago. 1-2. Years old, Starlin Castro.
Yeah, I wonder if the Cubs could pick one thing to fix this year more than anything else. I wonder if it would be Castro getting that offense back from him. Getting the batting average up there where he showed early in his career where he belongs. He is capable of hitting.
Well, I wonder that shot of Rick Renteria, the former first-round draft pick by the Pirates, and a rookie skipper for the Chicago Cubs. Wonder if one of the reasons he was hired was to do just that, Bob, trying to accomplish that goal, get Castro back to where he was his first couple of years in the big leagues. Renteria, the bilingual skipper of the Chicago Cubs. He was a teammate of Bob Walks with the Pirates back in the mid-'80s. And down he goes. Castro strikes out. 5 punch-outs for Charlie Morton. 1-0 Pittsburgh after 2.5 at PNC Park. shots. Buccos and the Cubs and Charlie Morton. Big strike out of Castro to strand the runners. And Starling Marte back up there. He was at the plate when Jordy Mercer was picked off first base. Pirates had runners at first and second, 2 outs last inning after scoring on the Mercer single. Look at that hand. Right hand of Starling Marte.
They're still pitching him up and in. The last 2 fastballs been right up there on that hand.
Not great at bat, to say the least, for Marte as he strikes out. Pitch in the dirt. 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Edwin Jackson went 1-7 his last 10 starts last year with the Cubs. As we said, his overall record 8-18. Begins the year number 2 in the rotation, but probably not necessarily the number 2 starter. Travis Wood is probably considered the number 1 starter with Samardzija next, but Rick Renteria wanted to give Wood the opportunity to start the home opener. The 100th season of Wrigley Field. That'll be on Friday afternoon against the Philadelphia Phillies. The lefty Travis Wood. Tomorrow afternoon, the concluding game of this series, Jason Hamill pitches for the Cubs against Wandy Rodriguez. And the Cubs' 5th starter, and in the bullpen for now, because they won't need him until Sunday to start against the Phillies, is Carlos Villanueva. They're hoping Jake Arrieta, who's on the DL with some right shoulder tightness, might be back by the end of this month. A couple of other pitchers currently on the disabled list for the Cubs. There's a ground ball right side. Nice stop there. Bonifacio. Darwin Barney-like with the glove. Snyder robbed of a hit. Well, the first free shirt Friday of the year. Pirates host the Cardinals this Friday. First 25,000 fans get one of these. Raise the Jolly Roger t-shirts. Andrew McCutchen really likes it. For tickets and to see all the t-shirts given away this year, go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Allegheny Health Network providing us with those RTJR t-shirts on Friday night. Ball 1 on Andrew McCutchen. He walked his first time up.
Yeah, you watch Jackson pitch from just a pure stuff standpoint, and he could be a number 2 type guy. He's got good velocity on his fastball, throws hard. He's got very good breaking ball, a lot of movement on it. And he has had seasons in the past where he's shown he's a much better pitcher than what the Cubs saw last year. He's one of those on any given night type pitchers.
Yeah.
You don't know. He could go out and really give you a hard time.
One-time All-Star. And 3-1 now on Andrew McCutchen.
This is one of those instances where the guy on deck, it affects your at bat. We'll see what kind of pitch he gets on 3-1. Fastball right down the middle. Went right after him. But you're more likely to see a good pitch to hit on a 3-1 count if there's somebody that of concern to the pitcher hitting behind you. As I said before, it doesn't matter if it's 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever spot in the lineup is. It's all about who's on deck. And sometimes the guy in front of you can affect how you're going to be pitched. Because if they pitched somebody carefully in front of you just to get to you, well, then now they got to come after you, and you're going to see better pitches because of that.
Just foul. Three and two on Andrew McCutchen. Evan Jackson will throw a bunch of pitches throughout his starts. 149 pitch effort in his no-hitter with the Arizona Diamondbacks 4 years ago. He has a pretty high pitch count each one of his starts. He's at 52 right now. 3 and 2 on McCutchen.
He's probably looking at one of those 6-inning efforts tonight if he continues to get out.
An all-star with the White Sox. As we said earlier, came to the big leagues with the Dodgers back in 2003. And he gets McCutchen on the breaking ball. 1-2-3. Go the Pirates. And after 3 innings, it's 1-0 Pittsburgh.
Game at Chicago on September 23rd of last season. This is the play to end it as the Pirates will clinch a playoff berth just moments after that. But what you may not remember, the first 7 innings from that game. And it was Charlie Morton who went 7 shutout innings, gave up just 3 hits to put the Pirates in position to clinch the playoff spot that night. And Morton told me earlier, he very distinctly remembers riding to the ballpark day thinking, if we win and Washington loses, we are going to the playoffs. He viewed it as a tremendous opportunity to put his team in a much better spot than they were in the day before. And of course, Greg, a very special night for him. But he also said he's proud that it was a special night for the team, the Pirates, and the city of Pittsburgh.
Oh, Robbie, what a start for Charlie Morton in that game. And gets Rizzo to fly out to left. What a night. It was Nate Shearholtz, you'll remember, who tried to score on that base hit and was thrown out. That wild play. McCutchen throwing the ball toward the infield. Justin Morneau came over almost Derek Jeter-like toward the mound and gunned toward Russell Martin, who applied the tag. Jason Grilli on the mound, the celebration. And they went into the clubhouse to watch that game Robbie was talking about. Shearholtz singled in the second. On the right side, and only Pedro Alvarez patrols the left side of the infield. It's 3-0. The 50th pitch of the night for Morton is fouled off as Shearholtz had the green light. And towards center, into left center field. McCutchen calls off Marte. Comes back after being behind in the count 3-0. With the start of the new season comes the return of Inside Pirates Baseball on the season premiere. Mark Melancon visits South Africa while serving as a Major League Baseball ambassador. The guys mic up for workouts at Bradenton and much more. Inside Pirates Baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network. Friday after postgame on Root Sports. Strike one on Ryan Sweeney.
Well, you might be the cheetah tank or the cheetah cage instead of the shark tank.
Mark the Shark.
Is that cheetah?
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to change anytime soon.
What a bullpen. They were fabulous last season.
Martin working pretty quickly. 0-2 the count now. Yep, there's the cheetah.
I see the bag of Cheetos in the back there.
How far back was Mark from that cheetah, you think, there in that shot?
30 feet.
That's what I'm thinking. Photobomb.
No, he wasn't that far
No.
back. Just kidding. Cheetah was awfully close to the camera.
Yeah.
So, cheetahs normally don't have a head the size of a human. Human body.
There's not a cheetah, but cheese there on Melancon's right. One ball, two strikes on Ryan Sweeney. Tried that breaking ball again and just missed. Charlie Morton came to the Pirates in 2009 from Atlanta.
Trade that a lot of people didn't like, but it sure turned out to be a good one.
The Bucks dealing Nate McLouth to the Braves. The Pirates got Charlie Morton, Jeff Locke, and outfielder Gorkys Hernandez, who is no longer with the organization. Jeff Locke will begin the year on the disabled list, just working his way back in terms of pitch count more than anything. And there's an easy 1-2-3 inning for Charlie Morton. The bottom of the fourth inning. Pedro Alvarez will lead off for the Bucks. 1-0 Pirates lead it. Kids Day Sunday, Pirates Cardinals 135. Pedro Alvarez, Louisville Slugger plastic bat, going to be given away to all kids 14 and under thanks to Highmark. Come early for the #1 Cochran Family Fun Zone out on Federal Street. And after the game, kids can run the bases thanks to Kennywood. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. That's this Sunday. The Pirates against a defending National League champion Cardinals. And all kids 14 and under get a Pedro Alvarez Louisville Slugger plastic bat thanks to Highmark. Alvarez popped up to the shortstop, Starlin Castro, in the first inning. Starts him off. A breaking pitch for strike one. Alvarez was really locked in at spring training the first 3 weeks or so. And then Hurdle had him out of the lineup for a stretch toward the very end, work on some things. A ball and 1 strike to count. Those are spring training numbers. Strike call, 1 and 2.
Well, those spring numbers really don't mean a whole lot. But I think even this year they meant even less because the players were getting so much of their work in minor league games where the numbers, the stats aren't even, or they're not kept in official stats anyway. So it's really tough to make any kind of judgment when you're looking at those stats. They look at how they're swinging, how they're reacting to pitches, how they're taking pitches.
See Alvarez and the rest of the Pirates wearing that #4 patch in honor of the late Ralph Kiner, who passed away just a couple of months ago. The great power hitters in baseball history, and Alvarez trying to become one of the great power hitters in Pirates history. He was the first Pirate player to win the National League home run title, either tied or outright, since Willie Stargell in 1973. And of course Kiner won. Remarkable, isn't it, Bob, to think the first 7 years he was with the Pirates he won the batting title. Unbelievable.
Yes, it is. Was a special kind of hitter. Some lean years when he was a Pirate.
They always stuck around to see that last at bat at Forbes Field, see what he might do. He would hit one into Kiner's corner in left field. Someday we'll rename the right field bleachers Pedro's Porch. 3-2 the count on Alvarez. Clemente Wall, 21 feet high, in honor of the great one. Ground ball to shift on and then shallow right. Bonifacio. Another slugger. Talk about Willie Stargell. He rose from nothing into the hero of a city and an ambassador of baseball. Witness his unforgettable grace and accomplishments brought to life during a special edition of Inside Pirates Baseball. Willie Stargell, a tribute to Pops. That's tonight after postgame on Root Sports. Those are the top 2 in Pirates history. Stargell at the top in terms of home runs, and Kiner next. All-time Pirates history. The old pillbox cap that Captain Willie and the rest of the Buccos wore for a time.
No stars on that one, though.
No.
That was really a signature of Willie Stargell when you saw that style cap with those Stargell stars ringing around it.
one on Russell Martin.
Really an intimidating type team back in those days. Those hats, the size of all those guys. It wasn't just the hitters. They had a huge pitching staff, big fellas. I mean, they were an intimidating team to come into Three Rivers and play them.
So Martin pops this one up toward right. Catch made in fair territory by Shearholtz. Well, Martin has lined out to right and flied out to right. Not a bad night for the first night game of the year.
After that winter, to think about the weather these first couple of games, it was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Night game, April 2nd. Very comfortable out.
Should be a fun summer.
Light jacket, sweater. Just fine.
Now Walker fouls it out of play.
Opening day, there was even like a water skier out in the river for a while. Troy Hill.
He's got the umbrella. Ball to strike on Walker. He singled off the left fielder's glove his last time up, and he scored the game's only run. Buccos with just 2 hits. Cubs with 4. Broken bat bouncer right side, sliding stop. Rizzo and Jackson there. Pirates go down in order for the second straight inning. Through forward remains a 1-0 Pirates lead.
At first base the last couple games, and Saturday was a really good day for him as he found out he made the roster. It's going to be the 5th big league team here, the Pirates are, that he's suited up for. And he told me right after he found out that yes, he was going to celebrate, and he did very briefly, but it didn't last very long. He was getting ready for the season. He said the great thing is that he thinks he's done everything you could possibly do on a baseball team, Greg. You and Bob earlier were talking about what role he may fill this season with the Pirates. He's been a regular every day. He's going a week where he's never even seen time as a defensive replacement. He's been a platoon guy and a pinch hitter off the bench. So he said he feels confident in any role Clint Hurdle puts him in this season. He's going to be as prepared as he can to do it. And obviously it's paid off with 2 hits on Monday and a walk here tonight. It's pretty good defense.
You know, Robbie, we've talked a lot about how rarely, especially with contending teams, Bob, I know you've talked about this from day one, rarely is there true competition. And so it was a bit of a surprise, really, that Ishikawa made it, but we didn't expect, I guess the Pirates didn't expect, Andrew Lambeau to struggle as much as he did. The idea going into the spring was, and into this season, was going to be, at least at the beginning, it was going to be Gabby Sanchez, the right-hand hitter, and the left-handed hitter, Andrew Lambeau. But I think the Pirates felt like Lambeau was pressing so much, they wanted to get him down into Indianapolis, comfortable environment, get him feeling good again before he returns, and a break for Ishikawa.
Yeah, Ishikawa is, we talked about before, he's been around for quite a while, played, as Robbie said, in a lot of different situations. And so, I mean, he has a track record. You know what to expect from him. He's not going to give you the prototypical offense that you expect out of a corner infielder, but he's also going to go up there and he's going to make the pitcher work hard. He's hopefully going to hit a line drive somewhere, occasionally run into one and get one over the fence. Going to catch all the line drives, and he does that well. But it's just one of those things where he probably feels like, okay, I got to get off to a pretty good start right now. It is a little bit of a surprise, as you said, that they went that way. But he's got a good glove. I think at this stage of his career, you know what kind of a player he is and what he's going to bring to the party. And solid at the plate. Not really a lot of big power numbers. The OPS not going to be up there a long ways, but he's going to catch everything, playing first base. Good glove man.
Bouncing ball, and here Mercer tries to go to his right to backhand and drops it. Should be an error on the shortstop, Jordy Mercer.
See, Jordy is over on the second base side, so he had a ways to go to that, but it's still a play that Jordy will probably make that one 98 out of 100 times. Just wouldn't stick in the pocket.
Bunted. Alvarez thinks of second, and he throws it and dropped by Mercer on the attempted pick. The ball in the dirt from Alvarez, and it's first and second.
That was a good idea by Pedro. Certainly, bunted in a poor direction. The third baseman has no duties over there at third base, so he's going to be all over the top of that ball. And so if you put it on that side of the field, he should have an out at second base. Ball just happened to be thrown in the dirt that time.
And that's going to go as a fielder's choice in an E5.
Jackson just got lucky.
Two errors in the inning. And here is Bonifacio. He was 2 for 2 after a 4-hit performance opening day. The last Cub to have 4 hits on opening day was Tuffy Rhodes, April the 4th, 1994. 3 of those 4 hits for Tuffy Rhodes were home runs. Ball 1 on Bonifacio. Started in center field opening day. Second base tonight.
The team is non-roster invite, correct?
Yep. Slaps this ball towards shallow center. McCutchen is there.
McCutchen, a real quick break on that ball. Out there in plenty of time. And off the bat, I didn't know if that was going to hold up long enough, but Kutch ended up making it an easy play.
Bonifacio hits the ball on the line, but he's retired, and it brings up Luis Valbuena. Valbuena has struck out and singled to right. had some chances to bring home some runs the first 2 games of this series. You have to think that eventually somebody's going to come through in these situations. And Morton's going to try and strand 2 more runners here. 0-2 on Valbuena. Francisco Liriano did a great job.
Looking right at it.
Yeah. Oh. Martin wanted an appeal. Valbuena held.
A pretty good breaking ball that a lot of times you'll get a check swing on that one, that back foot breaker. What will Martin ask for this time? Charlie agrees, whatever it was.
Still 1-2 on Valbuena. 2 on and 2 out. A couple of Pirate errors here in this 5th inning. Another foul ball.
The fastball in. I was trying to look at trying to remember what the sequence was. Saw 2-1, and then I lost it. So it was a fastball. Maybe it was second sign. We won't show the signs anymore. We're not going to help anybody out. But they go through those that sequence so that the runner at second can't pick anything up. Oh, there's that breaking ball.
What a job by Charlie Morton. Picking up his teammates Jordy Mercer and Pedro Alvarez. Halfway mark, 1-0 Bucks.
Is brought to you by Barrel Automotive. We're driven to be better. And by Levin Furniture, proudly featuring solid wood American-made Amish furniture. For furniture that lasts, shop Levin. Let's go Bucks!
Well, it's another tight ball game. Pirates scoring that run in the bottom of the 2nd inning on the base hit by Jordy Mercer that scored Neil Walker. Pirates winning 1-0 opening day on the home run by Neil Walker in the bottom of the 10th. Morton picking up where Francisco Liriano left off.
For that last at bat, I think it really shows you what we were talking about at the very beginning of the night about Charlie against left-hand hitters. Is It's different now. It's not, you know, they still have an advantage against him, but it's not like it used to be.
Oh, it's so dramatic.
He has some tools now. You're seeing a couple of them tonight. How many fastballs he's able to throw inside, you know, off the plate inside to the lefties, throw for strikes inside, and then of course that great breaking ball that he can throw and get him to chase down and in.
And Ishikawa fly ball to right toward the track. One of his best friends, Nate Shearholtz, makes the catch. Robbie was talking about what a great day it was when Ishikawa found out he had made the club. In addition, Pirates were hosting the Cubs of all teams. Shearholtz and Ishikawa were in each other's weddings. We spent some time last couple days here in Pittsburgh. Well, tonight Ishikawa has walked and now flied out. One down here in the bottom of the 5th inning against Edwin Jackson. Brings up Jordy Mercer.
And San Francisco, same time?
Yeah. Drafted 1 year apart. Ishikawa in the 21st round of 2002. Following year, Shearholtz a 2nd round pick of the Giants. It's pretty neat, Bob, when you've I guess had a chance to experience that with the Phillies, where you're drafted or signed and you come up with teammates and you make it to the big leagues.
Oh yeah,
guys, that's
come all the way through, and you still see some of those guys. I mean, you've been there when Dickie Knowles comes up and sees me all the time in Philadelphia. You know, he came up. Marty Bystrom also. And it is kind of a neat. They still call you, you know, by the nicknames that you haven't heard in 30-some years. You know, you were like a teenager when you first got that stuff. So it's pretty cool to be able to do that.
And Jordy Mercer able to come to the big leagues with some of the players that he played with in the minor leagues in the Pirates organization, and helping build the win. They were winners in the minor leagues. These guys, Walker and Alvarez, are great friends. They came up through the minor leagues together. Tony Sanchez right there, and with Jordy Mercer throughout the minor leagues.
You know, if you have to win in the minor leagues because you have older guys down there, really kind of out of place, it probably doesn't mean a whole lot. But when you can win in the minor leagues with your younger guys, your prospects, I think that does carry on, up the line all the way to the big leagues. Is that they're learning that winning feeling. Some organizations, they'll move some guys down there that are older, and then that's not the case.
Well, another 1-2-3 inning. Edwin Jackson has retired 10 straight Pirates. 1-0 Bucks. this time. Imagine Dragons and Tyler Graham, great job interspersing some great Bucko video shots from our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Take a look at some of the young fans that are here tonight. A good crowd on hand for the first night game of the year. Hoping to see their Pirates start off 2-0. Tomorrow afternoon, final game of this 3-game series before the Cardinals come in. Wandy Rodriguez under the hood. He'll start tomorrow against Jason Hamill. 1 ball, 1 strike on Starlin Castro. 3-4-5 hitters for the Cubs.
It's like an NFL ref under the hood.
A broken bat pop up. Ishikawa. So our Nissan Road ahead. Take a look at the numbers last year for Hamill. 7-8, 4.97 ERA, and for Wandy Rodriguez, only a dozen games before pretty much being shut down most of the year.
1/2 of them, the ERA 3.5. Those are Wandy numbers, except normally there's 32 starts.
What a big lift that would be if Wandy Rodriguez back to his old Astros self.
As long as he's healthy, there's no reason to. Ever since he's been a Pirate, he's pitched just like he pitched with the Astros. And when he's healthy, he's in there solid.
Two. Anthony Rizzo hit by a pitch in the second inning and then flied out in the fourth. Morton has enjoyed just one 1-2-3 inning. He retired the side in order in the fourth. He's allowed just 4 hits and a 1-out walk to Rizzo. Bucks and Cardinals meet this Saturday, 7:05 after the games of Belly Fireworks, presented by First Energy Solutions. Plus win great prizes and eat Park Scratch and Win Saturday. Go to Pirates.com for tickets. It's the first fireworks night of the year, Saturday night. Bucks and Redbirds. Got a piece of Morton and a double play. Nicely done. Shearholtz hits into the double play. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. 1-0 Pirates. Todd Tomczyk checking in with Charlie Morton back in the dugout. Take another look.
See where that ball hit him.
Jordy Mercer, Johnny on the spot. Double play going 1-6-3 on the line drive.
Yeah, it looked like it got leather. But that ball was, or that play was a lot closer at first than I thought it was watching the replay.
I wondered maybe if Renteria would challenge.
He would have lost, but it was a close play.
So Rizzo not able to get back. They're checking in on that thumb. Glove hand. Ray Searage there now.
Yeah, it definitely hit his glove. So I wouldn't think that it would be a problem. If it hit his bare hand, that's something totally different. What's he got, about 90 pitches anyway, though?
Sounds about right. Speaking of that, Edwin Jackson has become pretty efficient since we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, he had like 52, and he was still in the third inning. He's through, I think, what, number 80, yeah?
He has set down 10 straight Pirates since Jordy Mercer's RBI single in the second. Marte hit by a pitch in the bottom of the first inning. Struck out his second time up. Marte hit .280 last year with a dozen homers. Jackson last year allowed just 16 home runs. And Hurdle might have told Charlie Morton that he's done. We'll see if the bullpen doesn't get called into action. Some handshakes. So it'll be 6 shutout innings on 4 hits for Morton. Just 1 walk and 6 strikeouts. Three and 2, and the Cubs have bullpen action. The righty Justin Grimm, left-hander James Russell. Rick Renteria, first year skipper. Then Hurled his 4th year with the Bucks. Three balls, 2 strikes. Tony Watson is going to be coming on in the 7th. Well, Marte talked about that earlier, about how he doesn't draw many walks, but he threw a free pass opening day, and checking in with Bob Davidson. Would that be, Bob?
Oh, I am not sure at all. That's a real good question. I don't know what that could have been about.
Travis Snyder will be coming to the plate, but Marte walks for the 2nd time in as many games after having walked only 25 times all of last year. And he's a leadoff base runner. That breaks the string of 10 in a row retired. And we'll see if Snyder doesn't take a pitch or two. As I was talking about earlier, that's going to be something Snyder will want to do with Marte on.
Well, if he continues to play a lot against right-hand pitchers, which there's a ton of them, especially in our division, and he continues to hit second, that's one of the things that that's one of the nuances of being a number 2 hitter when you have a base stealer batting leadoff. You got to give him a chance, and it's not easy, because sometimes it means you're going to have to fall behind the count.
Oven Mitt back on. Not on in the first inning, but he's got it on now. And we will have to check in with Starling Marte as to when he decides to wear that.
I'm going to speculate and say that that ball hit him in the forearm and he didn't want to put that strap on it. It was probably a little sore.
Closer.
Very close. You see the strap that wraps around?
I like that.
I think that's where the ball hit him.
Yep.
And probably had a pretty good bruise there. He's reaching into the oven. No burns.
Snyder bounced into a double play in the first inning and robbed of a hit by the second baseman Emilio Bonifacio his last time up. And bunting the ball in the air and fouling it off. With Snyder in the hole, 0-2.
Squared around early, didn't he? That was a sacrifice bunt. Another thing that two hitters get asked to do a lot: sacrifice.
Second, maybe third, and he is going to be held there. Pirates get a break.
This is one of those things when you know that you were real close to picking somebody off, and you start telling yourself, if I'm just a little bit quicker, and maybe throw it over there with a little more velocity, maybe this time will be the time I get him. And you end up throwing it away. That ball way off target. Rizzo just, his arm's not long enough to reach that far into the runner and make that catch. So now, if Snyder's able to pull this ball, we'll really be in business. Marte over to third with one out.
Well, you wonder if Marte had been looking toward Leyva rather than looking back. Was Leyva waving him toward third? You see Leyva at the top of the screen. He's holding him, even though Marte did not look that way. And there was no reason to take any risks. You get that break being there at second. As you said, Bob, if Snyder could have moved Marte, the ground ball, but not able to do that.
With one out, that's when you want to maybe take that risk. You know, if he was still at first right now with one out and they threw the ball down there away, now you think about, okay, maybe roll the dice, try to get him at third. That way you could score a run without a hit. But with nobody out, baseball got those cardinal rules. You don't want to make the last out or the first out at third.
Snyder is the first out of the sixth inning, the fifth strikeout for.
I always thought that was a big advantage for St. Louis. They got to make all the rules. All the important ones, the cardinal rules.
I didn't know where you were going with that. Not fair, is it really?
No, it's not.
When you think about it. Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach. Strategy session regarding McCutchen.
I think probably what they're saying is that base on balls here is not the worst thing in the world to happen. You got the National League MVP at the plate, and you have a left-hander loose in the bullpen to pitch to Pedro if it comes to that. It was one of those. Just be careful. You don't have to throw it down the middle.
McCutchen has walked and struck out tonight. Looking to pick up his first RBI of the season. Drove in 84 last year. Coming in towards second, no throw.
It's really tough for Marte to get much of a jump off second base. Bonifacio just right there with him.
Blocked by Castillo and the ball in the dirt.
Marte taking a look at the outfield, trying to get a feel for where they're playing, how deep they're playing. That'll come into play. Anything hit out that direction as far as his jump.
Very concerned about Starling Marte at second. Now 2-1.
These first three pitches, really trying to stay away from him. Anything to pull, nothing in his wheelhouse. Staying away.
Tore the seats on the play.
Jackson really is doing a fine job of pitching McCutchen and not giving him anything really good to hit at all. Everything has either been outside or right on the edge.
Have to be extremely pleased with Edwin Jackson tonight. His first start of the year, looking for a better second season with the Cubs. 2-2 count on McCutchen. 3-2. Alvarez would probably not face Edwin Jackson, whose pitch count is approaching 100. Three and two on McCutchen. Ball four. If Rick Renteria doesn't go to James Russell here, that's the fourth walk.
Well, he did get McCutchen out, but in a way he did his job. He was very careful, never gave in anything. It was either a ball or right on the edge of the strike zone away.
It's going to be it for Edwin Jackson. James Russell coming on to face Pedro Alvarez with 2 on and 1 out in the 6th.
of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
1-0 ball game. Starting to cool off a bit tonight. Pirates in front and looking for at least one more. It's James Russell. One of two lefties in the bullpen. Russell got 2 outs in the 9th inning opening day. He struck out Pedro Alvarez. And then Russell Martin drove the ball to the warning track. Marte at second, McCutchen at first. Alvarez tonight has popped to short and bounced to second. Numbers in his career against James Russell, 2 for 10.
And this is the matchup that the Cubs preferred rather than going after McCutchen. Pitch him very carefully. Maybe he'll get himself out. If he didn't, you walk him. And then you have lefty on lefty.
Strike one on Pedro. His 3rd full year in the big leagues. Edwin Jackson now standing next to Jeff Samardzija. Ball at 2. This ball toward the right side, foul.
A little bit of a mistake pitch there. Breaking ball left well up in the zone. Does not want to throw it there on an 0-2 count. And that ball got high on the outside corner. Outside corner was good, but he doesn't want it up there. He actually wants that ball down out of the strike zone below the knees when it's 0-2. He doesn't want to throw a strike with it.
Alvarez drove in 100 last year.
I don't understand that pitch. Fastball foot outside.
Why?
Yeah, with the target a foot outside. I mean, the ball never looks like it's going to be a strike. It doesn't do anything to, to quicken up the bat, anything like that. It's almost like just a waste of a pitch. Like, okay, 0-2, we're not going to make a mistake with this one. We're just going to go to 1-2.
And on that pitch, he goes down swinging. Russell does his job again against Alvarez.
That's where he wants the breaking ball, outside corner, and get it down below the knees.
Well, on opening day, the only reason they retired Russell Martin was because they had their left fielder playing on the warning track. And he went back 3 steps onto the track toward the wall to make the catch. If Martin does that again, Kalish will have no shot. Martin tonight has lined out to right and flied out to right field. Marte and McCutchen aboard with 2 outs and a 1-0 Pirate lead here in the 6th. James Russell relieving Edwin Jackson. The shortstop under the glove of Castro will score a run. Starlin Castro Not able to make the play on the ground ball by Martin, and the Pirates lead 2-0.
Kind of played that off to the side, didn't he, a little bit? Not sure he had to or not. Certainly didn't get around in front of the ball at all. And if you got around in front of the ball, even if he boots it, the ball stays in the infield, and you don't give up that run.
E6. That's James Russell figuring he's got the last out, but Starlin Castro with the error.
Take advantage of it now. Bust out.
Now hitting right-handed, Neil Walker.
Nice little gap shot now. Really just take advantage of it.
Out of play.
There's a few questions around about, how is this team going to get better offensively, without really any big acquisitions or anything like that. And we've heard Neil Huntington talk about getting better from within. Guys are going to have better seasons. I think one of the keys to that is Neil Walker, because we know he can put up some pretty strong offensive numbers. We've seen it in the past, and for a lot of the season last year, he scuffled with the bat. I think he's going to have a strong year with the bat, and one of the reasons is I'm hoping that the right-handed hitting will come back up a little bit. It really looked like it was in spring training.
Fly ball. Swinging. On left center. Pirates get one. A couple of errors for the Chicago Cubs, and it's now 2-0 through 6. Lead now 2-0. Get to some fan photos. Our AT&T fan photo. There's a tattoo of the City of Champions. That is something else right there. Hashtag Bucks fan photo. Let us know how you root for the Pirates. Tattoo, or how you decorate your house. Room, special room. Well, we talked about Mark Melanson's trip to Africa and the photo of the cheetah, and we wondered how far back Mark Melanson was sitting. You see the cheetah up front there, Bob. That's kind of pretty much what Mark did. No, Mark was actually there.
Say, anytime the cheetah's head is the size of a human's upper body, you know that it's way closer to the camera than the human is. I've taken way too many pictures sitting behind a male mule deer. I know how to make those racks look like they're monsters. You just move back a little bit. Oh, it's the same thing with a fish. You want to make that fish
huge, right?
Yeah, you get that fish up close to the longer your arms, the bigger the fish gets.
Tony Watson now on, facing Ryan Sweeney, the left-hand hitter. There's Mark. Through his routine. Mark Melancon, figuring he's going to be pitching in the 8th, so he goes through this routine. Watson, very uncharacteristic of him, walks Sweeney. We were talking about Mark Melancon earlier, and Robbie Witkowski has more.
Yeah, well, the trip that he took, a couple things are crazy about it. He got to South Africa the day before Nelson Mandela passed away, so he took photos in the streets as the people of South Africa were grieving in Mandela's death. And he also visited the place where Mandela cast his first vote and some local schools. And he also got quite close to an alligator. You know, Mark Melancon, you'll see in this Friday's edition of Inside Pirates Baseball how adventurous the guy is and the stuff that he did. And he said it's the only place you can get in the water in a cage and be safe. So this guy, Melancon, never takes a day off in life if you know anything about him. And it's quite impressive the things that he did while he was in South Africa.
Yeah, he is quite a guy, Mark Melancon. Castillo fouls this one out of play. What a season for him last year. Coming over in that trade with the Boston Red Sox. Also has the official 2014 Shark Tank t-shirt. That portions of the proceeds going to benefit Sean Casey's clubhouse as Castillo strikes out against Tony Watson, one away. A fine campaign for Tony Watson last year. Shark Tank is back.
Don't feed him. Looked like somebody fed him half their sign, though.
Joel Hanrahan, head of the bobblehead, is still there. Hasn't moved.
They got too close to the shark.
Yeah.
That's all that's left.
Do not remove. Orders. Now Junior Lake pinch hitting for Ryan Kalish. Lake started opening day for the Cubs. He was in left field and he went 1 for 3. Tony Watson pitched a 1-2-3 7th inning opening day. Here he gives up a leadoff walk to Ryan Sweeney in the 7th, but gets Castillo, and now he's out in front of Junior Lake 0-2. So the Cubs wearing their throwback jerseys tonight. They apparently are going to wear 10 different jerseys this year, commemorating the 100-year anniversary of Wrigley Field. Strike 3. Tony Watson. Back-to-back Ks.
Tony gave him a little bit of hope with that base on balls. And pull it right back away from him.
Justin Ruggiano bats for James Russell. And a strike. Giano did not play in the opener. Wow, coming back with a vengeance here after that walk.
He threw what looked like a great changeup to Castillo for that first strikeout. Swing and a miss. Wow, there's another one. That's the same pitch got Castillo. Great job.
Walks the leadoff man, then strikes out Castillo, Lake, and Ruggiano. Keep it right here. Take me out to the ball game. And here tonight, Pirates out in front of the Cubs 2-0.
We invite you now to stand, follow the bouncing Eaton Park Smiley Cookie, and join everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Some wild finishes. So a walk-off hit in Detroit. The Tigers win the second straight over the Royals. So a wild pitch score run for the White Sox. So their victory over the Twins in Chicago. Pirates leading here 2-0. Travis Ishikawa takes a strike from Justin Grimm, the new Cubs pitcher.
Time now for insurance. You got to do your best to push one more run across. Get that lead out there. Justin Grimm, pretty decent innings pitched.
And a line drive caught by Valbuena, playing almost the shortstop position.
That ball maybe got in on Ishikawa a little bit. The ball about the label. Had to fight it off, push it out toward left field. Nice timing on that jump. Showing everybody how high he got. I'm not sure he got that high.
Junior Lake in left. Mercer bounces this ball to Castro, deep short, and shows off some of that natural ability that he has. Just on the grass, flicks that ball across to easily retire Mercer. And now Josh Harrison will pinch hit for Tony Watson.
Sharp tuning up.
Hay pinch hit on opening day and struck out against Pedro Strop. 2 down in the 7th inning. Weekly hit back to the mound. Grimm's going to have an easy 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th. Still a 2-0 Pirates advantage.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Day Automotive. We're gonna make your day. Let's go Bucks!
Fired up, just the 2nd game of the year. Let's see the Pirates go 2-0, Mark Melanson.
We're fired up about the pitching, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Get a few more runs. That 2, and hopefully that'll be enough.
Melanson pitched the 8th inning on opening day, gave up a leadoff slap double to left field by Emilio Bonifacio, and then was able to get out of that little mini jam after a sacrifice bunt, move Bonifacio to 3rd. Here, Bonifacio shows bunt and takes a strike. He was able to get Starlin Castro to get a ground ball to Neil Walker. They got Bonifacio out. And Anthony Rizzo popped up. Bonifacio 2 for 3.
91 movement coming in. Kind of like if a left-hander was throwing a nice little 2-seam 91 mile an hour fastball.
Fly ball to shallow right. And it drops in for another hit.
He's finding the grass, isn't he? Everything he hits seems to fall in somewhere.
3 more hits tonight for Emilio Bonifacio.
And this was another cutter. It just came right in, jammed him. Ball didn't go anywhere, but he's hot right now. Yeah, laying out completely, just a couple inches short.
Travis Snyder all out, but just short. Here we go again.
The thing, you don't want that runner to get on base because obviously it brings that tying run to the plate. That's what you're trying to avoid late in the ball game. Have that cushion.
Valbuena was 1 for 3 against the starter Charlie Morton. 2-0 count on Valbuena. Valbuena struck out twice tonight, along with that base hit. Melanson, that spectacular all-star season last year. They picked off Bonifacio tonight in the first inning. They picked him off opening day in the 10th inning after the initial call was challenged and then it was overturned.
He certainly wants to be careful over their first base right now. They're down by 2 runs. He can't afford to make it out on the bases.
It's 3-1 now. Ripped foul. 3-2. Full count on Valbuena. On deck is Starlin Castro. Bonifacio, great speed at first. He's going. Still 3-2.
Kind of surprised me. I would have guessed that if you made him flat-footed over there, just made sure that he knew you were watching him, that they wouldn't take a chance at making it out on the bases. Strike him out, throw him out.
Not going this time. And a line drive just past Mercer into center. First and second, nobody out.
Boy, these first 2 hits just absolutely inches. See how close it was. Maybe not even inches, maybe just an inch.
Valbuena picks up his second hit of the night. And now it's first and second for the Cubs with no one out. And Starlin Castro at the plate. And Hurdle on the phone to the bullpen. Brian Morris picked up the W opening day. Chopper, shortstop, and have just one play. Mercer throws out. Castro, and that moves the runners up 90 feet.
Yeah, it worked like a bunt.
Third base is Bonifacio with Valbuena at second. Third base coach Gary Jones for the Cubs. The young slugger Anthony Rizzo, who tonight has been hit by a pitch, flied out and walked. Infield, of course, back. And hit for the second time tonight to load them up. Nate Schierholtz.
I have two bruises side by side. Did he get hit in the thigh before?
Yep. Comes Ray Searage. Bonifacio, that fly ball that dropped in to right field. Just in front of the diving Travis Snyder. Valbuena's line drive that just eluded Mercer's glove. Castro's bouncer to short. And Rizzo hit by a pitch to load them up for Nate Schierholtz. 29,762 here tonight. Saw the Pirates score a run in the second on a Mercer base hit. Brought in Neil Walker. And an unearned run in the sixth inning on a Castro error that brought in Starling Marte. Bonifacio, Valbuena, and Rizzo. For Mark Melancon, try and get the left-handed hitting Nate Schierholtz. There's 1 for 3. He lined into an inning-ending double play in the sixth. Ball that hit off Charlie Morton's glove, and there's ball 1.
Chopper right up the middle right now. Mercer playing just right there by the bag. Easy double play. Got to root for something, you know. Got to pick something out.
Got to.
A 2-hop chopper right up the middle. Mercer catches it as he's stepping on the back.
Tight. 1-1. Schierholtz was 1 for 4 opening day. 30-year-old native of Reno, Nevada. Signed a minor league contract with the Cubs in December of 2012. Former Giant. Ground ball to second. 1 and 2 to get the neighborhood play. And that's not reviewable. That's a double play. Going to come out and challenge.
Well, I think what they're going to argue here is that the throw was wild and pulled him off the back.
It's a neighborhood play. But they are going to challenge it. Saying that the throw pulled him off the bag. Let's take a look. Another look. They are going to challenge it.
They did, come off the bag. Was it the throw that pulled him off the bag, or was he just in the act of making the double play? And that would be the neighborhood play, where you don't necessarily have to touch the base.
So they're checking in with the command center in New York. Rick Renteria challenged opening day. The reviewable and non-reviewable, or the reviewable calls and the not challengeable calls. Force and tag plays, the ground rule doubles, batter hit by pitches, fair and foul balls, traps in the outfield only. The Cubs are saying that the fielder, in this case Mercer, was off the bag because of the throw. As Bob said, if it's an accurate throw and you're just around what they call the neighborhood,
there's nothing you can do about that. But I think their argument was that it was a
throw took him off the bat.
Poor throw, and that's what took him off the bat.
Well, what would you say if you're watching this, Bob, back in New York? Any thoughts where the call's going to go?
Well, I don't think the throw was so far off the bat that if he would have been taking the throw like a first baseman and his only thought was just to keep your foot on the bag and not turn a double play, I think he makes that catch easy and keeps his foot on the bag. So I think he came off the bag in order to turn the double play.
Rick Renteria's second challenge. He goes down in history as the manager who challenges the first, and it is overturned. A safe call. A safe call makes it a 2-1 ball game. Neil Walker gets the ground ball from Shearholtz, and his throw pulls Mercer off the bag. Initially called out, but replay. And so they get a run out of it. It's 2-1 with 2 outs. They got the out at first. And now it's Ryan Sweeney. 2-1 ball game. And a strike. That replay took, that challenge took almost 2.5 minutes.
The challenges are being handled in a very quick manner, I think. Not really interfering with the game.
Roller to second. Walker to first. Sweeney is the third out. So the challenge by Rick Renteria pays off, gets them a run. It's 2-1 going to the bottom of the 8th. Disabled list. He's going to start throwing and pitching an extended spring training. Eventually you would figure he would join the Indianapolis Indians rotation, and if all goes well and the Pirates need another starter, you could see the all-star back in Pittsburgh for too long. So the Cubs get a run, and Neil Walker talking with one of the Pirates coaches, Dave Jouse, about that play at second base. accurate throw. That's a, well, you can see a fairly fine line there. I mean, it's they say that's the throw and that's what Joust must be talking to Walker about.
Well, obviously the umpires decided that the throw was wide enough that Mercer would not have been able to keep his foot on the bat. I thought, looking at it, I thought maybe if that was his only concern was getting one out and not turning a double play, that maybe would have stretched far enough to make that catch. But obviously the umpires disagreed and called that a poor throw, and I can understand that too. It was a poor throw, and that's why they came out and challenged right away. It was not a neighborhood play. It wasn't like it was a good throw and you just
It's funny because the very first challenge ever in spring training, I think it was Mike Scioscia challenged that exact same play. The very first, I guess that would be the unofficial challenge in baseball history. Then Marte is hit again.
They're calling it a foul ball.
No. Davidson calling it a foul ball. And Hurdle's going to check with Davidson. And we're going to see with Clint Hurdle's reactions are classic, aren't they? Take another look. He can challenge this.
Well, you would think that Marte, better than anybody, could say it either hit me or it hit the bat.
Now, you can see Hurdle looking in at Jeff Bannister, who is in communication with a video coordinator in the clubhouse, looking at possible. There he is, up or down, and that's a maybe. That's a maybe. And now,
see, in that case right there, in this case right here, I would be real tempted to just go to my player and say,
I know.
Okay,
did it hit you or not?
Yeah, because it worked. There's no reason to not say what it did. Right. Did it hit you or did it hit your bat? Because they know.
Again, this is a first in baseball. Any close plays are now being shown on the video scoreboards.
Every player on the field too is watching it. Did you see it hit the bat?
I don't know if it hit anything. Marte is waiting. Off to the side, another look.
It definitely didn't hit the bat. If it hit anything, it hit him. It's either a hit batsman or a ball. Didn't hit the bat.
Checking in again in New York. Their command center in New York looking at every possible replay angle. Well, the scoreboard says replay review.
Well, this one's really taken a while.
Sure is.
I think they're deciding whether it's going to be a ball or a hit batsman. That one view we had, it clearly goes underneath everything by a couple inches as far as the bat.
Bob Davidson apparently went to the headset and said it's a review. This is a.
Now, watch it. You can see the ball go underneath the bat, clearly by a couple inches. I mean, the ball's nowhere close to the bat. But did it hit Marte, or did it go through and just nick off the catcher's glove? That's hard for me to tell. And that might be what's holding this up.
This is way longer than baseball wants. Way longer.
And now this is a situation on a cool night where the pitcher is going to have to be, he's out there. He's got to start throwing. Stay loose. Stay warm. Now he just now threw his first warm-up toss.
We have shown you every angle that we have.
The one we saw at last, I think, really tells the story. That's, I think, the best angle of seeing that it went underneath the bat. It didn't come anywhere close to the bat.
Let's see it one more time. As Bob said, the best angle that we have. Well, they finally have come to a conclusion here. Bob Davidson and John Hirschbeck. Well, maybe not. Headset back on. They're going to call it a foul ball. I understand the play stands as a foul ball.
Okay, Greg, now show me where the ball hits the bat here.
I don't see it.
As far as I can see, that's about 4 inches under the bat.
Looks like it's impossible.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, now, I've been praising the replay, but how is this called a foul ball and upheld?
And one pitch later, a strikeout. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That review, that is not obviously what baseball wants.
4 minutes and 40 seconds, almost 5 minutes to, in my mind, not get the play right.
Now Travis Snyder with 1 out. Pedro Strop gets the strikeout of Marte.
That's work in progress.
Yeah, no doubt. One ball, one strike. Delivers. One out hit.
Trying to pitch him away, he went with it. Actually off the plate a few inches. Last time Cutch came to the plate, pitched around a little bit. Now without that open base down at first base, you can not afford to really pitch around him too much. They got to throw him some strikes.
Hutchin walked his first time up and his last time up. In between, he struck out. Those 3 plate appearances against Edwin Jackson. Travis Snyder, his first hit of the young season. One ball, one strike on McCutchen. Bucks lead 2-1, bottom of the 8th. We were just told, thanks to Jason Steele checked in with the Major League Baseball office because the scoreboard said it was under review, but that was a challenge. There's this incorrect perception that you can't challenge after the 6th inning, but you can. In fact, Hurdle challenged in the 10th inning on opening day, and that means that Hurdle is out of challenges. Check swing foul. Look out. Rick Renteria, whose challenge was upheld, still has now one left. Hurdle challenged the call by Bob Davidson. And the pitch that was ruled a foul ball. And that play stands. Snyder really close. Two and two. And popped up. Second baseman Bonifacio. Easy play. 2 down in the 8th for Pedro Alvarez. So McCutchen 0 for 2 with a couple of walks.
Good pitch to hit. Just got underneath it a little bit. Got the head of the bat right to the baseball. Put a real good swing on it. That's just a small little 1/4 inch down on the ball. Makes a big difference in the trajectory. So that ball could have went a long ways if it could have centered it up just a little bit.
One strike on Alvarez. One-run lead. Jason Grilli up in the Pirates bullpen. Cubs have the 7th, 8th, and 9th spot of the order due up. That's how to play.
Outfield very deep. Don't want anything that can get through a gap, drive that insurance run home. Get back there as far as you can. Gives you a little bit more range to cut anything off that might be heading to the fence.
Well, Strop does his job. So, not much wiggle room for grilled cheese. 2-1 Pirates. brought to you by Miller Lite. On to the 9th inning. A 2-1 Pirates lead. Pirates scoring in the 2nd on a Jordy Mercer hit. They scored in the 6th on an error by Starlin Castro, and the Cubs score thanks to a challenge by Rick Renteria. Pirates thought they had turned a double play, but Neil Walker's throw pulled Jordy Mercer off the second base bag. What would have been an inning-ending double play. The initial call was overturned. But Hurdle challenged on a pitch to Starling Marte in the bottom of the 8th inning. That play stood. Pedro Strop pitched a scoreless 8th, and now Grilli. First save opportunity of the young season.
Go after this first hitter. Did a great job of that last year. Retired about 8 out of 10 of the first hitters he faced, and that's such an important number in baseball. The first hitter gets on, team will score a run. Not quite half the time, but only 15% of the time will they score when you can retire that leadoff man.
Interestingly enough, he walked the leadoff man in the 9th inning on opening day. He's going to retire Castillo here, or should anyway, as Snyder is there. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Follow the Pirates with MLB.com at bat for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, or Windows Phone 8. Get scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Pirates.com for details. 1 out, and now Junior Lake. Garrett Cole and Clint Barmas. Cole will make his first start against the Cardinals on Friday night. Tomorrow afternoon, it's Wandy Rodriguez. Junior Lake pinch hit in the 7th inning. Struck out against Tony Watson. Line drive, base hit into left center field.
Gotta hurry. Get it in. Like Lake was going to be a little aggressive with that turn.
Mike Olt, who started at third base opening day, is going to pinch hit for Strop. Olt was 0 for 3 opening day. Strike called on Mike Olt, .258 career hitter in the minor leagues. Cubs got him last summer in the Matt Garza deal from the Texas Rangers. Garza flirted with a no-hitter tonight against Atlanta. Aaron Harang went 6 hitless innings. 0-2 now. Atlanta won that game 1-0 on a Chris Johnson homer in the 7th inning at Milwaukee. Pirates lead 2-1 here with 1 out of the 9th. Mike Olt pinch hitting. Really trying to save it for Charlie Morton. In the air to center. McCutchen.
Blake's target.
Yes, he is, and he's headed to second, and they're putting on the brakes. Comes down to their last out, and it's Emilio Bonifacio. The most difficult out so far in the 2 games, without a doubt. Bonifacio with 7 hits in 9 at-bats.
You know what the gunner would say? Well, there's a little hidden vigorish right here.
We're going back to the gunner.
Well, I mean, come on. He's due for an out. It's just his numbers, right?
Yeah, the old hidden vigorish. And everybody up. Outstanding crowd, 29,762. Can really retire Bonifacio. Only time he was retired tonight, he lined out to center field. Strike outside corner, Bonifacio not happy at all. Bob Davidson gives Grilly that call. 0-2. Trying to start the 2014 season 2-0. Fastball, 0-2 the count on Bonifacio. This is 1-2.
These fans, they want this win, but they want it to be, I think, on a strikeout, so you can see that that fist pump
and punch Russell Martin.
Yep.
Line drive, base hit for Bonifacio. What a crazy, ridiculous start to the season for this guy.
Well, he is smoking hot.
Wow. Back-to-back 4-hit games to start the season.
He gets pitch up and away and just kind of slaps it the other direction and try to do a whole lot with it. I mean, that's the type of hitter he is. He's just going to try and spray the ball around, find some holes. He took a pitch. It was all right, belt high, outside corner. He just goes with it.
Luis Valbuena. A base hit through the infield anyway will certainly tie this game with 2 outs and the speed. Junior Lake. Valbuena looking to do just that. He's 2 for 4 tonight. Drive, base hit in the right field. This is going to tie things up. Snyder's throw to the plate going to be cut off. It is 2-2. Valbuena singles home Junior Lake. And Bonifacio to third.
No, the Pirates just could not get any insurance runs up on the board. Now here in the 9th inning, they've paid the price.
And now they want to keep it a tie game.
And that play at second base being overturned looms large right now.
Valbuena with his 3rd hit. So he and Bonifacio have combined for 7 of the 9 hits tonight for the Cubs. Starlin Castro can give them the lead. He's 0 for 4. Ball 1. ball, 1 strike. That hit by Valbuena, the first hit with a man in scoring position for the Cubs in the first 2 games. They were 0 for 19 with men in scoring position the first 2 games. Strike on Castro. Luis Valbuena's base hit brings home Junior Lake. Ties the game at 2. Really needs to get Castro. Keep this game tied. Reaches out and pops it up. Shallow right, Walker out and makes the catch. Walker will be due up second in the bottom of the 9th. Russell Martin will lead off. 2-2. Tie game, the bottom of the 9th. Of course, on Monday, the game went 10. Pirates won it on a Neil Walker home run, 1-0. Jason really first save opportunity and a blown save. So Hector Rondon will try and get this game into the 10th.
Be nice to steal this one back. Kind of leave a little bad taste in everybody's mouth tonight, having that 2-run lead. And the Cubs snatch it away in the 8th and 9th.
Last season, Russell Martin had 4 walk-off at-bats, 3 walk-off hits and an E9. Career walk-off hits for Russell Martin, the 31-year-old Canadian native. 1 for 4 opening day. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Gets this one toward Shearholtz. Oh, here he is. This was opening day, of course, his first career walk-off hit, a home run on opening day. At the bottom of the 10th for a 1-0 final. Let's see what he does here in the bottom of the 9th with 1 out in a tie game.
Take a double this time.
Bob Davidson hearing it from the dugout.
Russell Martin didn't like that first strike that was called on him, and he is giving it to Bob right now. This is the pitch that Martin didn't like being called a strike. See his reaction? He went for a little walk, waited a while before he came back, and that's what all that yelling was about.
A little broken back roller foul.
I think Bob's had a pretty big strike zone tonight. I think the corners have been out there where I know I would like them.
Well, he's been very much involved in replay too the first 2 games.
I can't believe that any of the umpires around the league are enjoying this. You know, having their calls looked at, and then some of them being overturned. Can't be fun.
Ball, 1 strike. And now 1-2. 95 miles per hour from Rondon.
Yeah, big corner there. It's a wide plate. You can see again.
Yes, it is.
It came back in the 80s night.
Yep. Rondon actually fared much better against left-handed hitters last year. They hit just 192 against him. Righties batted 306 against Rondon. Another strike called. Strike 3 this time. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
This one was on the corner, right? On the inside edge. Well placed fastball.
Walker and Martin can commiserate in that dugout. Now Ishikawa. Travis Ishikawa, 0 for 2. And 0-2 the count. The Pirates have not started a year going extra innings in back-to-back games since 1964. Both times against the Chicago Cubs. Back in April of 1964, the Pirates began the year losing at Forbes Field to the Cubs in 10 innings, 8-4. They won the next ball game 5-4 in 12 innings, and we are going extra innings to start the season. Back-to-back games. Tied at 2, on to the 10th.
all season long, Greg. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side all season.
And the season has just begun.
Yeah. We've already gone through 2 sacks of beef jerky after the first 2 games.
Bob Davidson.
See, now they won't have to yell because they're right close to each other. They can talk things over. Doesn't look like
Not much talking
right now.
There's a shaking of the head there by Russell Martin about it. Just hoping to get the same calls. Now for his pitcher, Justin Wilson.
Great opponent batting average last year, under 200.
His first appearance of the season. He was not out there on opening day. Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo hit by a pitch twice tonight. He's also walked. Toward Ishikawa. Good toss to Wilson. With a dead run. And the play goes 3-1. One away.
Ended up looking a little more difficult than I thought it was going to be when it was just kind of nubbed down that way. A lot of times left-handed pitchers aren't the quickest to get to first base. They're kind of falling off the side, off toward third base. They have to change direction. It takes a little bit. 1964, Hendrick. 65 was the walk-off. Last time there was a walk-off opening day. Definitely going back to Forbes Field these first 2 games.
Shearholtz. It was he who hit that ground ball to Neil Walker that the Pirates thought was an inning-ending double play. The base is loaded. The line drive, had Marte played perfectly.
Everything that comes off the hitter's bats is so accurately tracked nowadays. They can really move the players around to be in those right spots.
Ryan Sweeney.
Gone are the days when there was a pitcher on an off day with a pencil on a chart saying, I think it went over here. Yeah, it looked like it was over here.
Do you remember Charlie Muse, the Pirates traveling secretary? Used to sit up in the.
I can see him looking at his watch right now.
Oh yeah, the hitch.
Working the elbow.
Yep. And he was the Pirates traveling secretary, and he would sit up there in Three River Stadium in the 4th level behind home plate, and he'd get all the colored pencils out, try and diagram where.
I remember sitting in the dugout keeping the pitching chart all the time, and there were so many times it was like, what was it? Anybody see that pitch? Then nobody'd see it. You just
put anything down.
Probably a slider. That's sometimes how accurate it wasn't.
It was probably just as accurate, unless you were keeping the chart that night. I'm sure every other night was probably pretty accurate.
I think that I probably paid more attention to it than most.
Really?
Yes, I took pride in it.
And how many little diagrams or funny faces or anything else would you draw on that card?
There would be a lot of drawing.
Chopper, let's see. Now this is going to go. Oh, wow, almost a great play. But Walker had to leap up. A quick, almost blind toss by Ishikawa. It's going to go as an infield hit for Sweeney.
Now, I think the way you have to do this, and you practice it all the time in spring training, is the pitcher has to go straight to the bag. If he can scoop the ball up and keep going with it, great. If he doesn't, he's going to be there for the first baseman. And then the first baseman doesn't ever have to get trapped in between. Do I go for the ball? Do I not go for the ball? And when all that stuff happens, you get a play like this. first baseman has to go for the ball. Pitcher goes straight to the bag. And then there's no indecision.
Snow cone action there for Walker. Keeping that ball in the glove, otherwise that ball might trickle down and allow Sweeney to end up at second. Ball to strike on Wellington Castillo, the Cubs catcher. He hit .274 last year. Breaking ball. Whoa. After 96 heat.
That power fastball makes the hitters have to commit early to their swings. And then when it's not the fastball, they end up looking silly, off balance.
Two count. Junior Lake on deck for the Cubs. Blew that one by him. Justin Wilson, a scoreless top of the 10th. Jordy Mercer will lead off for the Bucks. You to send us your fan photo, hashtag Bucks fan photo, how you're rooting for the Pirates. And this is a pretty good one here from Anna Wingard. Fingernails.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very creative.
I'm sure you send us yours.
There's something different with
yeah.
it now.
Whatever it might be.
You know, that would look nice. Our nails, you know, we're holding the mic up before the game.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
It was a great idea.
I'll have to see about getting the granddaughters to fix me up. Put Jolly Rogers on each now.
Jordy Mercer, fly ball to center. Jose Tabata will pinch hit for Wilson. This will be Tabata's first at bat. Tabata figures to split some time in right field with Travis Snyder. 240 off the bench last year. 282 overall for Tabata with 6 homers. Hector Rondon has retired the first 4 Pirates he's faced. Two and 0. Tabata now 25 years old. Pretty good second half of last season, in particular in August, hit over 300. Goes to 3-0. Get a man on here. Starling Marte on deck. It's 3-1.
Unless it's absolutely right down the middle, you take again. Got to get a base runner.
Now 4.
That was probably ball 4. Yeah, you can see that last pitch out of the strike zone. There's ball 4.
Starling Marte has had some big hits in his young career. And the game that clinched a playoff spot for the Pirates September 23rd last year, Marte hit the home run at the top of the 9th inning off Kevin Gregg to give the Pirates the lead. Go on to win that game, that play at the plate. And then went into the clubhouse to
get what?
Watch the Cardinal game. They clinched. Marte on base a couple of times. Scored the second run in the 6th inning on the Starlin Castro error.
Well, outfield's deep, huh?
I should say.
Winning run at first base, outfield, especially on left, it's like buy a ticket, huh?
Marte could hit a ground ball through the left side of the infield. Tabata might score.
Marte's starting to get a double. That's about as deep as I've ever. And this is a deep, deep left field. The play out there, that's playing no doubles.
Marte disappointed by that call.
That's been like a pretty wide plate as we've talked about this ball game. Martin not liking some calls his last at bat.
Oh, almost felt like Davidson might ring him up with that one.
Well, and for good reason. Watch where this one hits. Pow. You had to hold your breath a little on that one.
Marte ended up striking out against Pedro Strop in the 8th inning with one strike. A pitch that came in on him appeared to hit him. Davidson called it a foul ball off the bat. Clint Hurdle challenged it. 4 minutes and 40 seconds later,
they said it hit the bat.
Yep. Broken bat, roller to Castro. A toss to second. The out there. And 2 down. This is the play that challenged the pitch. David said off the bat. Clint Hurdle challenged it. And
watch the flight of the ball. A good 4 inches under the bat. At least that's the way I see it. Not my call.
He's on now. Travis Snyder, who singled his last time up at the plate. Up. Second baseman Bonifacio in foul territory makes the catch. Going to go to the 11th. Tied up at 2.
All season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
2-2. On to the 11th. And this happened because of this play that was challenged by Rick Renteria. Pirates thought it was an inning-ending double play. Renteria challenged it. They said that they pulled Mercer off the bag. And then in the 9th inning, Luis Valbuena singles off Jason Grilli to score Junior Lake from second base. A 2-out hit by Valbuena tied it at 2. Jose Tabata stays in the game to play right. And Jeanmar Gomez on to pitch.
Well, Jeanmar has really been a jack of all trades for the Pirates. Has pitched in all kinds of different situations. Done a good job as a starter when needed. Tonight, the extra inning guy. That one got Russell pretty good, looked like. Ouch.
1 ball, 1 strike the count. Junior Lake. Pinch hit in the 7th inning and struck out against Watson. This fair ball past Alvarez is going to. Junior Lake standing at second base.
That ball hit the bag.
Double off the bag. Junior Lake 2 for 3.
You guard the line to prevent those no doubles, but I don't know how you prevent that. Ball hitting right off the front edge of the bag and practically going straight up right over the top of Pedro.
Darwin Barney, a pinch hit for the pitcher Rondon. Rondon goes 2 scoreless. He's going to be bunting here. Takes ball 1. Renteria trying to get his first W as a major league manager. Darwin Barney started at second base opening day. Wants it foul. Barney was 0 for 2 with a walk in the opener. Gold Glove second baseman.
Those little plays during the season that you just have to come through. Especially somebody like Barney, who struggled with that bat last year. He's asked to move a runner here. It's a must for him to do it.
2-1.
Sound like the umpires behind home plate wanted that call on the strike. See, that pitch was on the corner.
Ripped down the line as they took the bunt off. And now 2-2, and Jeanmar Gomez can make Darwin Barney pay dearly for that. Keep that runner at second.
They take the bunt off. They probably still want you to hit it the other way, not pull it foul.
They missed by a lot, but it's now 3-2 on Darwin Barney.
Not sure it missed at all. According to our strike zone, was at the knees for strike 3.
Looks like that strike zone is wide at the moment. And a pop-up.
That might get him over.
McCutchen.
Nope, not going to do it. Strong throw right on the money.
Excellent
Great throw.
Excellent throw from McCutchen.
Lake couldn't take the chance. That's a tough one once you're at second base to make that decision. This one, you know, if the throw is left or right a little bit, you're probably going to make it without any problem. But if it's right on the bag, you're going to be out. So, which way you betting? Lake, he called it right. Stayed home, and the throw was right on the money.
Now they're going to intentionally walk Emilio Bonifacio, and who can blame them? Even he can smile about it. I mean, this guy is off to the hottest start maybe in baseball. 8 hits and 10 at bats. Take their chances with Valbuena. This is the third time in Bonifacio's career that he has been walked intentionally. Once 2 years ago, and one time in 2011. 7 years in the big leagues for Bonifacio with a handful of clubs. Can't blame Clint Hurdle for that one.
A lot of ink tonight.
Well, Valbuena has 3 hits, including the RBI single in the 9th off Gurley to tie the game. It was 1 for 3 against the starter Charlie Morton. Morton went 6. No runs, 4 hits, a walk, 6 strikeouts. Mark Melanson gave up a run in the 8th. Valbuena with a base hit in that 8th inning. Appeal. No, says John Hirschbeck. Valbuena came into this ball game with 1 hit in 46 career at-bats here at PNC Park. That's unbelievable. 1 for 46 here, says the Cub note sheet.
That is amazing.
I find it hard to believe that's actually true.
That would be a poor hitting pitcher. 1 for 46.
0-22 in this ballpark entering this game. Luis Valbuena, and he has 3 hits tonight. There's your hidden vigorish, I guess. 2-2. Named off waivers by the Cubs in April of 2012. 2-2 pitch. Now it's 3-2. Jeanmar Gomez, his 2nd year with the Pirates. Full count on Valbuena, and the runner breaks for 3rd. It's a strike and a safe call at 3rd. And initially, the runner at first didn't break. Bonifacio then went ahead in to second base. It's a strikeout, 2 away. Martin thought for a moment that he had Junior Lake at 3rd. And Clint Hurdle can still argue.
You know, it's kind of odd. I'm wondering why would Lake even take that risk? I mean, he's already in scoring position.
Well, just because Hurdle is out of challenges doesn't mean he can't ask the umpire to review it. Now it's the umpire's discretion. But he's not going to. Double steal.
I mean, with Lake running,
right?
A tie ball game, and he's go ahead run. Well, he better have been safe.
Yeah.
He almost overslid the bag too, even though he was there in time. If he comes off the bag and Pedro leaves the tag on him,
yeah,
I mean the inning's over, and he takes him out of a game, possibly a game-winning situation, when he was already in scoring position. If you're going to take that chance, you might as well try to tag up.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
because it's all the game of percentages.
Yeah. 2-0 on Castro. Rizzo on deck. Castro 0 for 5.
There are obviously ways you can score from third that you can't from second. That one was awfully close to seeing one right there. That ball could have easily got away from Martin. Talking about that tag play.
Two and 0. And he falls behind. 3 balls and no strikes. Swinging on a 3-0 pitch.
3-0 breaking ball.
Breaking ball.
With Rizzo on deck. Taking a little bit of a chance there.
Probably right there. Some of the things that might frustrate the Cubs organization. And on a 3-1 pitch, fly to center. And McCutchen makes the catch. And Andrew McCutchen will lead off for the Pirates in the bottom of the 11th inning.
Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Bottom of the 11th inning. Cubs will use their 6th pitcher of the night.
Good thing we brought a lot of jerky.
Look at that. Pirates out hit 11-3 in this game. Here is Brian Schlitter, who was a non-roster invite to spring training and was about 3 weeks into the spring sent down to the minor leagues, and then a couple of days before they broke camp in Arizona, they decided to bring him back, and he broke camp on the major league roster. Made his big league debut 4 years ago. The Cubs made 7 appearances. Last year split time with AA Tennessee and AAA Iowa. And he will face Andrew McCutchen.
Come on, guys. Somebody hit a home run. Anybody, I don't care. Your belly's full of jerky. I can't anymore.
For Even throws a pitch. Talk things over. So Bonifacio now over at shortstop. And Darwin Barney at second. Schlitter will bat in the third spot of the order.
Coach can't believe that was just called a strike.
Let's see.
See him shaking his head?
Oh, brother. Ooh. And we wait. No, ball one.
That counts, right?
Yeah. Two and one. Ryan Schlitter. Career numbers. And bouncing ball to the new shortstop, Bonifacio. One out. Andrew Alvarez 0 for 4 tonight and starting out 0 for 8. First couple of games of 2014. Struck out his last 2 times to the plate. And the shift on again.
Way out there deep again. A lot of places to get a single, but extra base hit will be hard to come by. There's one place they can't shift to, though, Greg.
Yep.
That's in those seats above the Clemente wall. Can't play up there.
Chopper back to Schlitter. Two outs. Schlitter will face Russell Martin. Ryan Schlitter, originally selected by the Philadelphia Phillies back in 2007. Cubs picked him up the following year for Scott Air. Strike one. Schlitter out in front of Russell Martin, 0-2. Schlitter made his major league debut against the Pirates at Wrigley Field 4 years ago. Bob Davidson said he went. That won't make Martin any happier. 1-2-3 go the Pirates. Head to the 12th inning. 2-2.
Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
See how many different variations of that read we'll get from Bob all season long.
All game long.
Yeah. Oh, there's a young trooper, huh?
Wish I had a blanket. It's getting a little chilly up here. You're doing well, but you still haven't put your coat on. I had to put mine on about the 8th inning. That little.
So sad.
Yeah.
So sad.
It is sad. Isn't it? Somehow wearing a parka with a fur hat. Halloween. Yeah, nice Halloween blanket. I like that.
You like that, don't you? You'd like to have that one right now, wouldn't you?
Look how cool you look.
It's really not that chilly up here, Bob.
It is cold up here.
No, it really is.
There's nothing. There's no window here. It's open. Look. It looks chilly to me. You got blankets out, coats, hoods. We're sitting in the same air they are.
Falls behind Rizzo 3-1. Came back to get Starlin Castro in the 11th inning after falling behind 3-0. Off speed 3-2. Maybe it is chillier than I thought. Oh, Rizzo decides at the last moment to swing at that pitch. Big break for Gomez. Anthony Rizzo was a 6th-round pick of the Boston Red Sox in 2007. Traded to San Diego. The Adrian Gonzalez deal, and the Cubs got him in January of 2012. Andrew Kashner. Last year, they signed Rizzo to a 7-year contract extension. 23 home runs last season for Rizzo, 80 runs batted in. Three and two the count on Anthony Rizzo. Was that ball foul? Look out. Camberwell. Still 3-2. Rizzo tonight has been hit by a pitch twice. He's flied out, he's walked, he's bounced to first. And hits this ball deep to right field and gives the Cubs the lead. Anthony Rizzo's first home run of the season here in the 12th inning gives Chicago a 3-2 lead over Pittsburgh.
I've been trying to stay away from him, that tired bat. That one got inside. Rizzo was able to put it up in their seats. Target was in there. It was by design to go in on him, but he was waiting.
Nate Shearholtz. The Cubs up 3-2. Cubs have out-hit the Pirates 12-3. Base hit for Shearholtz. Thirteen hits for Chicago. Anthony Rizzo's home run has given Chicago a 3-2 lead. Ryan Sweeney has been on base twice. See Eric Hinsky there, the first base coach of the Chicago Cubs, one-time Pirate. Recently retired after a dozen years in the big leagues.
Had the knack for getting in the playoffs.
He sure did, didn't he? For a while, like every year. Hinsky played with the Red Sox, Blue Jays, Yankees, Pirates, Braves, Diamondbacks. Drafted by the Cubs in the 17th round, 1998. Oh, 0-2 the count. Ryan Sweeney. Cubs have a handful of players that signed to minor league deals, including Sweeney, and this ball hit toward left center. Marte, a long run.
The ball kind of coming back to him a little bit off the left-hander's bat. Had that side spin on it, helped him out. Marte doesn't need a lot of help with that speed of his. Those two guys really closed down that left center field gap.
Wellington Castillo 0 for 5. Cubs have taken the lead on a leadoff home run from Anthony Rizzo in the top of the 12th. Pirates had a 2-0 lead going into the 8th inning. Cubs scored a run in the 8th inning off Mark Melanson, and in the 9th off Jason Grilli. Here's Jeanmar Gomez pitching his 2nd inning of relief. Gives up the home run to Rizzo. Oh, 0-2 on Castillo. Another former Bucco, Jose Veras, will be the closer this year for Chicago. Castillo behind in the count, 0-2. He has struck out a couple of times tonight. Make it 3 times. 2 away in the 12th.
Now, right now, I just got to get that one more out. Hope for the best. It's just a 1-run deficit down. 3-2. You got 3 outs to get. And when you give up a run like that, you have that letdown. But boy, you got to really regroup immediately, especially after the next hitter gets the base hit. It's easy for the wheels to come off, and then you really don't have a chance. But right now, the Pirates not only could tie it up, they could actually win this game with a couple runs in the 12th. They only have the 3 hits. We can go back to the hidden figures.
Well, Gomez out in front of Junior Lake, 0-2. In the bottom of the 12th, Neil Walker, Travis Ishikawa, Jordy Mercer due up. First home run of the year for Anthony Rizzo. Oh, 0-2 on Lake. And a ball and 2 strikes. Cubs trying to give rookie manager Rick Renteria his first win. A lot of years as a coach in San Diego. And a strikeout for Gomez, but Rizzo's leadoff homer gives Chicago a 3-2 lead. Last shot for the Bucks. Thanks for staying up late with us. So we see Pirates minor league pitcher Nick Kingham, who is due to start tomorrow for the Altoona Curve. He tweeted out, "Night before a start day, and I can't sleep because the Pirates are in extra innings." Go Buccos, RTJR. Now, they need to rally here for Nick Kingham. Pirates have high hopes for Nick Kingham, one of their top prospects. Good luck to the Curve. Good luck to the Indianapolis Indians. 4 minor league clubs will start play tomorrow in the Pirates organization. Here is former Pirate Jose Veras, who closed for the Astros much of last season, saved 19 games.
You look at his stats, a very strong year. Opponent batting average way down. Just about a strikeout per innings pitch. Per inning pitch.
Tigers picked him up down the stretch. He was the setup man for Joel Hanrahan back in 2011. Finished with a 3.80 ERA and 79 appearances with Pittsburgh. Neil Walker leads off the bottom of the 12th. Walker's base hit in the second inning off the glove of then left fielder Ryan Kalish led to the first run of the ball game. One of just 3 Pirate hits. This is popped up, headed toward the seats, and a long run, and Bonifacio got to it, but
overran it maybe a little bit.
Maybe.
He had to kind of put his head down and really take off. Wasn't tracking it the whole time. Yeah, he ran past it. Had to reach back.
Ball and a strike on Walker.
Let's take advantage.
Two and one. Evens the count.
Veras, a very deliberate pitcher on the mound. He's going to take his time. Likes to make the hitter wait. New baseball, always very deliberate and rubbing it up.
Fouls off the fastball, still 2-2. $16 home runs for Walker last year. Really not that cold after all, Bob.
No, it's not cold at all. As long as you're wearing a hat.
Close, but now 3-2. That's popped up, and that is headed toward the seats. A few rows back as Valbuena went over to take a look. It's still 3-2 on Walker.
Good time for souvenirs. A lot of folks have gone home. It's late, so you can really move left and right.
Yep.
Got a whole row to yourself. You can go after one. Oh, look at that smile. So you can move around a little bit, position yourself wherever you think. Left-hand hitter, you kind of put a shift on. You move over that direction. Well, foul balls are hit that way.
Rally cap. Another 3-2 pitch due. The 8th pitch of this at bat to Walker. And he will be retired. And Sweeney camps under. 1 out in the 12th. Jose Veras. That's Neil Walker. The 8th pitch of that at bat. Ishikawa has walked at a fly ball to the warning track in right. Lined to short and struck out looking. One. Called a strike. Oh, and 2 on Ishikawa. 30-year-old native of Seattle. 2 strikes. Pitch from Veras in the dirt. Jose Veras listed as 33 years old. Broke into the big leagues in 2006 with the Yankees. Also pitched for Cleveland, Florida, along with the Pirates, Milwaukee. Last year, Houston and Detroit. 1-2. Slaps that out of play.
Harrison. How about another one?
A lot of years in the big leagues for Jose Veras. Anthony Rizzo's home run has given the Cubs the lead. Veras, his entire career, has allowed 39 home runs. That's covering 380 innings.
He really tried to rear back on one there, let it fly. The ball just came out of his hand way early. Didn't stay behind the ball and power down through it.
Another ball slapped foul by Ishikawa.
Sometimes you try to throw a ball real hard, you'll muscle up a little bit. Actually go slower. Ishikawa just kind of spoiling one there. Nice. You're the best Pirate of the night.
Yeah.
Very good look.
And Brett Kiesel. Another foul ball.
I like the eye makeup there. It was good. The eye makeup.
Yeah. Got the whole thing going.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So Redbeard. Redbeard, the Pirate fan.
Yep.
I could never grow a beard like that. You probably could, though.
How do you know you couldn't?
I have no hair on the side of my face. I would just have like a little chin beard. Just be.
I'd like you to try that, Bob. Would you do that for us? One year's?
Maybe in the wintertime.
3-2 on Ishikawa.
You'll laugh when you see it.
Wow. Oh, great at bat there from Ishikawa.
Hey, just got behind it. It was another one of those 0-2 at bats, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just battle, foul balls off, fight, work. Figure out a way to get on.
Barmes is going to run for Ishikawa. Jordy Mercer to the plate. Again, Mercer had the RBI ground single in the second inning that brought home Neil Walker. Pirates scored an unearned run in the 6th. Led 2-0. Cubs got a run in the 8th. Tying run in the 9th off Jason Grilli, and Anthony Rizzo homer at the top of this 12th. Oh. Mercer hit by the pitch, and that puts the tying run into scoring position. Hold everything.
Well, breaking ball just stayed inside. Mercer didn't try to get out of the way, just stay right there. He knows if he takes it, we got a runner in scoring position. Took one for the team. Just a base hit away, Greg, for more Jack Link's beef jerky.
Come on. Try to get Barmes home. At least here. Jose Tabata. Pinch hit and walked in the 10th. Stayed in the game to play right field.
Outfield getting their backs off the wall now, coming in. They can't play no doubles. With the tying run at second base, they have to respect the single. So now there's some room to get one into a gap, especially that left center gap, which not only would tie the game, but maybe even win a game. To get Mercer home. Ball rolling out toward the notch. That's an area Tabata doesn't really hit a lot of balls. He usually goes to right field, or he'll pull sometimes right down the left field line.
And Rizzo well off the line at first. Love to see Tabata line one past Mercer into that right field corner. See if he gets a pitch away from Veras and shoots it to right. Setting up inside. 1-1 on Tabata. There's that rally cap. Trying to help his Buccos win this thing. Come back. Bounce to third. Valbuena to second for one. On to first. No chance. But they do get the second out, and now Cubs 1 out away from taking game 2 of the season. Starling Marte to the plate. I thought for just a second, Bob, that ball might have a chance of skipping past. Yeah,
a bad hop.
Yeah, that shot.
It had that type of look to it off the bat. You knew it was going to bite in that dirt. Could do anything. It was a nice little play for him to actually have a shot at a double play.
So, Pirates down to the last out. Barmes is now at third. Tabata at first with 2 outs.
Obviously a very important part of this ball game. I want to make sure they're on the same page. Veras perhaps shaking something off that Castillo really felt strongly about, so he called time to go out. Tell him about it.
Stolmy Pimentel in case the Pirates tie it up.
You don't have to worry about breaking Veras' rhythm when you call time.
No. More rally caps. Two and 0. If Marte reaches, and if the inning continues, Gabby Sanchez would bat for Jeanmar Gomez.
I think he might hit Marte. It's like every batter that's been up there has thrown at least 1 or 2 pitches way off that side of the plate. You know, Marte's not going anywhere.
And they set up inside.
It's hit all the time.
2-1. Marte went 1 for 3 in the opener.
I'd like to see Marte maybe be a little more selective on a 2-0 pitch.
Good note, 16 career wild pitches for Jose Veras. 2.
See where that 2-0 pitch was. It was down and in. You'd like to see him take that. Well, he changed his bat around a little bit.
2-2, 2 outs. And 3-2. So now Tabata will get the early start.
About to take the third anymore. So as soon as you see him start to move, take off.
Will Sanchez get a chance? We'll find out here in a moment. 3-2. Line drive, base hit into left. This is tied up. Starling Marte delivers. How about that?
That was a walk at 2. Wow.
Line shot, tied up again. Here in the 12th.
Whoa, pass me the beef jerky.
Not so fast, Charlie. See if Gabby Sanchez can't send these hearty souls home happy. Starling Marte. Line shot to left.
Tried to go inside on him and left it out over the plate a little bit too much. Marte just hit a rocket in the left field. Well, if he could have pulled that just a little bit more with Tabata on the move, that would have been interesting. But I'll take what happened. Don't want to be greedy.
Here's Gabby Sanchez, his first at bat of the young season. Time is called it for just a second. When you see Bob Davidson jump out, first thing you think of is balk. There was a timeout called. But you have to watch that with Bob Davidson. A lot of ways to win a ball game with a runner at third base. Pay no attention, of course, to that runner at first. He means nothing to the Cubs, Starling Marte.
There's already been a walk-off from a wild pitch tonight in the White Sox game.
Yeah. Right.
Chicago tie-in. I like it. Bounce one.
Oh, almost hit by the pitch, and Andrew McCutchen is on deck.
How did he not get hit with that? Would it go through him? We'll see it. Well, it was a break. It was a breaking ball, and it just moved back toward the plate far enough.
Two and oh. Gabby Sanchez is 1 for 4 lifetime against Veras. Two and oh. Did miss by much. 3-0. And in fact, I don't know that it missed at all.
That's a close one.
Close. It's a strike. But it's 3-0.
No, it's 3-0. It wasn't a strike. Trying the wild card chant. We got Cueto with it. They're trying to do it with Veras now. They yelling Veras? I would like them to yell Cueto.
That would be great.
Yeah, that might really mess him up. Yeah.
It would. That's true. That would really mess him up. Like, what's going on here?
Could be the new chant all year.
Great. Well, the MVP will come to the plate. 2 walks, a hit batter in the inning. and Andrew McCutchen.
Veras has only thrown 32 pitches. Feels like he's thrown 50. There's a chance for you.
This started with 1 out, a walk to Ishikawa. Remember that at bat Ishikawa had? We talked about that early in the ball game. About he's not a flashy guy and he's not going to hit a bunch of home runs, but he'll give you a solid at bat. And that was a heck of an AB he had against Veras to draw the walk. Spoiled a bunch of pitches. Barmes pinch ran, and it was Barmes who then scored on a rocket to left by Starling Marte. Pirates trying to get Tabata home from third. Andrew McCutchen tonight has walked twice, struck out, popped up, and bounced out. Ball 1. Bases loaded for Andrew McCutchen, but he's trying to get that man home from third. Two and 0.
Gotta come to him.
Two balls, no strikes, no place to put Andrew McCutchen. Fouls off the fastball, the 2-0 pitch. One on McCutchen. All the 22 jerseys these days around town in the ballpark. Their man is at the plate. Oh, 2-2.
Fastball upstairs a little bit this time. That's just a little over anxious that time. Chased it up there.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Pirates have tied it in the 12th. Three and 2. McCutchen's thinking, you know, I just leaned in a little bit more. He's trying to, yeah. Who was it that did that all? Was it Kendall? Who did that all the time?
Well, yeah, he got a lot of.
Like
he was
that.
right up on top of the plate.
Somebody that would always lean in like that.
It's hard for Cutch because he's not on top of the plate.
3 and 2. This is it. Struck him out. Heading to the 13th inning. Slow breaking ball on the 3-2 pitch. Veras strikes him out, but the Pirates have tied it. Another excellent read. Under the 13th inning. Now tied at 3. I got some tweets. Use the hashtag BucksBooth. Get some tweets out there.
Bring some jerky to the party.
Yeah. Late night party. And that is why you don't leave the park. Who needs sleep when the Pirates are playing extra innings? Thanks to those tweets. Hashtag BucksBooth. Clint Barmas to first base. And Stolmy Pimentel, who appeared in 5 games with the Pirates last year, now pitches against the Cubs. The bullpen did not change much from last year. The main change, Stolmy Pimentel makes the club and joins Janmar Gomez as a long man out of the bullpen. And Vin Mazzaro was designated for assignment at the end of spring training. You have heard Clint Hurdle say about Pimentel, he said that's a big arm. They got Pimentel from the Red Sox along with Mark Melancon in the Joel Hanrahan deal. He strikes him out on a pitch in the dirt. Russell Martin throws to Clint Barmas at first base. What's Barmas doing over there?
First time since 2012, Greg. He played 2 innings of defense on third base, and he had to. He was asked in his entrance meeting with Clint Hurdle if he has a first baseman's mitt, and he said, "Yes, I do, but it's back home in Colorado." And my wife's back there with my 2 kids. He said, "Well, you have 2 choices: either have your wife Summer bring the mitt here, or we'll get you a new one." Summer brought the trip to Colorado next time she made the trip back to Bradenton. So there it is. He's yet to put it to use. Took a few reps until right now.
Bounced off, stabbed by Alvarez. 2 outs thanks to Robbie Ince-Mikowski. Story about Barmas's glove at first base and glove work there from Pedro Alvarez on the bunt try. The slap by Bonifacio.
Stopped the presses. He made it out.
Yeah.
He squares around a little bit on the early side, and that's to suck in the third baseman. And then he tries to slap the ball over his head or by him. It's a design play. Get the third baseman moving and then try to poke it by him. Kind of a shunt. It's a combination of a swing and a punt and a shunt. Get it?
I know, you used that yesterday.
I know.
Or Monday.
It's on radio, so
right, I understand. Different audience.
Exactly. Baseball's a lot of new terminology over the last 6-7 years. Trying to invent a word. Yeah, shunt. It's shunt play. Hey, it went with the old shunt play.
Sounds like something they did back in the late 1800s.
Hey, everything comes around again.
Yeah. You know? 2-out walk. Travis Wood, good hitting pitcher, will bat for Jose Veras. Wood pops this up out of play, but certainly could tell by that swing that he is comfortable at the plate. Travis Wood, 27-year-old Little Rock, Arkansas native who went 9-12 with a 3.11 ERA last year. for the Cubs. He will start their home opener on Friday against the Phillies.
He's got one of those ropes around his neck. See that? The rope necklaces. I haven't seen many of the Pirates wearing those this year.
This year?
Yeah. No, last
two
year?
games into it.
Well, I mean,
swing and a miss. 1 and 2.
You know what I mean.
I know.
Oh, no, there's one.
There you are.
Okay. Stand
it's early, though.
Stand
this
corrected.
year. 6 career home runs for Travis Wood. Career 180 hitter, batted .222 last year with 3 homers. Pop up, shallow right, Tabata in, he'll call off Walker. And we'll go to the bottom of the 13th inning. PNC Park, game number 2. In the regular season, it's 3-all. Going to the bottom of the 13th inning. Second game of the season. Pirates winning at 10 on Monday. They led 2-0 into the 8th inning tonight. Cubs got a run in the 8th, tied it in the 9th, took the lead, top of the 12th on an Anthony Rizzo home run. Sterling Marte tied it with 2 outs in the bottom of the 12th. Now veteran lefty Wesley Wright. Longtime Astro.
Yeah, last year, 70 ball games, just 53 innings. He's used to coming in and just pitching to a lefty or two, getting out of there. Also saw 7 long balls. Seems like a lot, doesn't it? 7 home runs in 53 innings.
Finished up last year with Tampa Bay. Alvarez looks for his first hit of the young season. He's 2 for 8 lifetime against Wesley Wright. One ball, one strike on Pedro Alvarez. You'll hear that bench encourage Petey, as they call him. 2. Two and 2 now.
Well, most everybody has gone home, but the ones that are staying here, they're vocal.
Yep.
They're doing their best to get this run across.
And to left field.
Nice.
How sweet is that? Line drive to left, his first hit. Pedro Alvarez off the lefty.
When it's lefty on lefty and you're getting tons of breaking balls one right after another, you got to stay back and try to hit the fastball the other way as he does here. That way he won't be so far out in front when he gets to slow stuff. So he's just thinking, okay, fastball left field, it's wide open anyway. There's hardly anybody over there. And you get that leadoff hitter aboard.
Russell Martin now. Third baseman is in Valbuena. And Martin squares and bunts it foul. Well, he's asked to bunt that first pitch. Not bunting this time. Now 1 and 2.
Wide awake. I like it.
Yep. But can't bear to look. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Russell Martin.
Find a hole somewhere.
I got a piece of him. Puts runners at first and second. Take that. You have to figure Walker. Well,
got him in a toe. It bounced right off the top of his shoe.
Yeah.
Saw it plain as day. You saw it, didn't you, Greg?
absolutely.
You see a change of direction right up top of his foot. That slow-mo is so good. Normal replay, you can't see that. Slow-mo shows you that. Normal replay, you don't see that.
Walker going to try and punt the runners over here. Gets it down. Right. Goes to third. Safe. Bases are loaded.
Boy, that was a big gamble that went the other way for him. I mean, this is just a huge gamble to have to take.
Pretty close play. Now, can Renteria, can he convince him? Renteria has a challenge left, doesn't he?
I believe he does, yes.
So what he's doing right now is just looking at his bench to see.
Wait for somebody to
give him a signal. He's looking toward the dugout.
Here's what I think.
And they're going to challenge it.
Even if you didn't get the signal, why wouldn't you challenge it? What are you saving it for?
That's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
tomorrow?
Yeah, you're right. Bases loaded situation. Bottom of the
this
13th.
if there's ever a no-brainer for a challenge, you got to use it here.
Wow, this is unbelievable. This that replay we just saw in the slow-mo, that looks as though
he may have been out.
He may have been out.
I don't know. I need to.
It's got to be convincing
to really
now.
look at it. Well, I can argue about that.
I know.
Okay,
Tonight we've seen that.
Come on.
Right? Yeah.
Safe from that view. So now from this view, can you really see where the bag is?
Right,
I mean, you don't know where the foot is. This is the view that you got to look at. Safe.
The crowd is reacting there, watching the replays.
It's far from convincing anyway.
Umpires John Hirschbeck and Bob Davidson are looking at the scoreboard. And
why don't they do this? Instead of calling wherever, just put the play up on the scoreboard in slow motion and let them have a second look. Yeah. And then they either say, yeah, I got it right, or no, I changed my mind. How quick would that be?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And with the fans judging too. This really should not take all that long. This is we believe it's a safe.
Well, they had the challenge.
Yeah. So the bases are loaded with nobody out. The play stands. Looks like Renteria wants to bring everybody in toward the infield and maybe play with five.
I think he's going to play with two outfilders and five
infielders. We're going to have a center fielder move over. Sweeney move over toward left. Ball game. The bases are loaded. Rick Renteria.
You're telling everybody, where he wants them positioned. You got an unusual infield situation now. Where are you going to?
I hope the Cubs
going to go. Where each player is going to go.
I hope the Cubs give Renteria a chance beyond this year, because I think it's neat that a guy who's managed and coached the minor leagues for so many years, getting this opportunity. Solid individual, Rick Renteria.
Oh, really a good guy. You'll never find anybody say anything negative at all about it.
So we are now into Thursday morning.
3 on the right, 2 on the left. That's the way they're going to set it up.
And the batter is Clint Barnes.
Well, now they go 3 on the left. You thought when they were talking on the mound they would have had that.
Ball 1. 5-man infield, 2 outfielders.
I don't think anybody's ever brought just everyone in. I wonder. I mean, what good are the 2 outfielders doing here right now anyway?
Nothing.
A little pop fly or something, I guess.
I wonder if it's distracting at all for a hitter in this situation to have 5 infielders. Well, stick around. Maybe John Wayner will talk about that after the game.
Sure.
He's going to join Rob King. Post-game action for you. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1. Barmes pinch ran in the 12th, stayed in to play first. Domi Pimentel trying to get him his first W in the big leagues. The other thing too, Bob, is I guess they are tight. They could probably back up a couple of steps. Alvarez at third. Give themselves some more range.
Yeah, I don't know.
But at this point, it doesn't really matter. At this point, what difference does it make? You're playing with 5 infielders.
You back up, now you're dealing with the lip of the grass.
Yeah. Ground ball to third. They're going to get one, and they're going to throw on and get a double play with a 5-man infield. 5-2-3, 2 outs in the bottom of the 13th.
Couldn't have worked out any better for him. Stop the run and get a double play. And they'll go back to 3 outfielders now.
Valbuena to Castillo and on to Rizzo. That was Junior Lake at third, so it was 7-2-3. Not Valbuena. Valbuena had moved over. 7-2-3.
Well, Lake a converted shortstop.
Yeah.
So he's used to coming in playing the infield.
Now they're going to intentionally walk Mercer to load them up for Tabata. A 7-2-3 double play. They'll be loaded up with 2 outs for Jose Tabata. Pinch hit in the 10th inning and walked. Stayed in the game to play right field. Bounced into a fielder's choice his last time up. Tabata just one career at bat against Wesley Wright, 0 for 1. Tabata used to feast on left-handed pitching. Ball 1.
Got to be something crazy in this one, huh?
Yeah, you'd think.
Tabata hitting the foot with a curveball. Yeah, throw that curveball down in. Fastball right at the knees.
1 ball, 1 strike. Hits this one out of play, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2. Bounce toward the shortstop and on to second, and we are going to the 14th inning. Rick Renteria, that 5-man infield. 7-2-3 double play. On to the 14th. All right.
3 questions. Who are extra innings presented by?
Jack Link's beef jerky.
How long do they present them by?
All season long.
Who do they feed?
Your wild side.
You got it, baby. You get an A.
What are you going to do?
You've been listening.
What are you going to do in the 15th? Oh boy. Clint Barmas had that opportunity. Rick Renteria bringing in Junior Lake. And now Stomy Pimentel, who pitched a scoreless 13th, starts off Anthony Rizzo with a strike. Rizzo homered to lead off the 12th off Jeanmar Gomez. Oh, 0-2.
Maybe Rizzo trying to start things off with a single the other way.
Keep in mind, these two clubs scheduled to play later this afternoon. 12:35. Wandy Rodriguez against Jason Hamill.
First stop on the upcoming road trip will be in Chicago. See a lot of the Cubs here to start the season.
Rizzo and the pop up to shallow center. McCutchen coming in. Makes the catch. Well, in the top of the 12th, Anthony Rizzo off Jeanmar Gomez hits his first home run of the season. Gives the Cubs a 3-2 lead. But then at the bottom of the 12th, Starling Marte rips a single to left field with 2 outs. Brings home the pinch runner Clint Barmas, and the Pirates had a golden opportunity. 5-man infield. The left fielder Junior Lake playing third. Ground ball hit by Clint Barmas. It's turned into a 7-2-3 double play. Jose Tabata grounded out to end the 13th, and now this ball hit well towards center field, but McCutchen with room. And Nate Shearholtz is out number 2.
Really tough early in the year to hit home runs out toward that notch. Ball just does not carry like they've been used to seeing it down in Florida. That ball hit pretty nicely, but just got right out there in front of the bullpen and went nowhere. Of course, the Cubs playing in Arizona, Florida. Similar type atmosphere, conditions. It's a dry heat out there. Good for making jerky.
Oh yeah, ball jumps out.
You want that dry heat for making jerky.
That's right. Falls behind Brian Sweeney 3-0 after a quick couple of outs. A 4-pitch walk. Brings the catcher Wellington Castillo to the plate. Castillo has struck out 3 times tonight. He's also bounced back to the mound. He's lined to first and flied out to right. Strike 1. Oh, and 2 on Castillo.
I wonder if we can get some ice cream.
Runner goes for second, and a line drive into left field. On an 0-2 pitch, Sweeney was off on the pitch, and he moves to third. 2-out single for Castillo.
Not a very good location on an 0-2 pitch. Tie game, extra innings like this, you can't relax even for a moment. Every pitch is extremely meaningful, and got to be a better spot. 0-2. Can't hang that slider.
Junior Lake. Pinch hit in the 7th inning. This is his 5th at bat. 2 for 4. 95 miles per hour.
That's an excellent arm, that's for sure. The Pirates are looking at him long term as a rotation guy.
And now he's out again in front. 0-2. So see what kind of a pitch he delivers here to Junior Lake. One of the young players the Cubs are hoping to build around. Stays 0-2.
A lot better spot with that 0-2 pitch. Borderline low, right at the bottom of the knees.
Brian Morris, the lone reliever, got the win on opening day. Another 0-2 pitch due to Junior Lake. That's where Martin wanted it.
Yeah, good location on that one. I'm going to try and throw that power fastball by him upstairs, looking for a chase, swing and a miss.
One ball, 2 strikes. Lake pulls this ball foul. Still 1-2. Stormy Pimentel spent most of last year in the minor leagues. Got him with a breaking ball. Old Stolby strikes out Junior Lake. Head to the bottom of the 14th inning. And now to the bottom of the 14th. First night game of the year, which takes us into Thursday. 3-3 score, and Starling Marte, who tied the game in the 12th, leads off at the bottom of the 14th against Wesley Wright.
Somebody do something spectacular here.
Marte hit .402 against left-handed pitching last season. Top mark in the league. One ball, one strike. Reds and Cardinals in Cincinnati had a 2-hour and 40-minute rain delay. They played into the middle of the 9th inning, going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Nothing. And there's another rain delay.
Each team just 3 hits in that game.
Marte goes down on strikes. Start the bottom of the 14th. First strikeout for Wesley Wright. And here is Stolmy Pimentel. Had 1 at bat last season.
Gonna drop one down. He's got speed. Still giving it to him. Go ahead. Get that baby down third.
Big hack.
Little length to that swing, though.
Yep.
Just shorten it up a little.
Mattel strikes out. 2 away. Brings up Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen struck out with the bases loaded to end the 12th. Looking for his first hit tonight. On base a couple of times thanks to free passes in the 1st and 6th innings. Believe he'll get much to hit here at all. They're not going to pitch to him, basically, with the left-handed hitting Alvarez on deck.
If they do put him on, this will be a situation where maybe he needs to take a little bit of a gamble, try to run. They're going to be playing severe no doubles with Pedro up there. So you can't score on a double swing. You're hoping for a home run. Pedro doesn't hit a lot of home runs off lefties. I think you give him the green light. If he steals, then now Pedro can slap a ball to left field and win the game with a single. Pedro did last time. Took that fastball and just slapped it out there toward left field. Got himself a hit.
Base hit for Alvarez. Started the 13th inning off of Wesley Wright.
Wright will be a little distracted too, looking over at McCutchen, worried about his leg kick, trying to be a little deceptive. A little hang went up here to Pedro. He can get the barrel on. Attack.
Throw one deep to left toward the track.
No doubles. They're playing no doubles.
And the lake is there for the left center gap. On to the 15th. Stay tuned for more Jack Links reads.
Been playing a lot of extra innings tonight, and they've all been presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky.
What's that?
It's not just tonight. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. It's all season long, Greg. All season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Beef. Feed your wild side. I'm having a chocolate chip cookie, Greg.
Feed your wild side.
Yeah, a cup of coffee.
Talking about feed your wild side. Oh, my. Pedro Alvarez hit that ball real hard out of the left center field. Here's Darwin Barney. Strike one. This? Oh, first base coach has to get a helmet. Eric Hinsky didn't want to wear a helmet, but Bob Davidson's forcing him to wear one. That is by rule.
Well, there was somebody, I could hear it on the crowd mic. I don't know if it was a fan or somebody was yelling at him. Hey, you got to get a helmet on. Got to put a helmet on.
Popped up. Makes the catch.
That was a rally hat Hinsky trying to get away with it.
Well, Pimentel was able to get Bonifacio in the 13th when Bonifacio tried to slap a bunt past Alvarez. This guy's been maybe the toughest out in the league so far. And another hit. Five hits for Emilio Bonifacio tonight. Brings up Valbuena.
Was that this game everybody was warned benches?
Yes.
Think anybody even remembers that?
Nope. A chocolate chip cookie there.
Cookies, yeah.
Toma got you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Buena walked in the 13th. He has struck out 3 times. Wave and a miss. Luis Valbuena, non-drafted free agent signed by the Mariners in 2002. In December of 2008, traded to Cleveland with Joe Smith for Franklin Gutierrez. The time was called. Valbuena steps out. Three years ago, sent to Toronto. Cubs picked him off of waivers. 2-1. Two balls, one strike, the count. And there goes the runner. Pitch taken for a strike, throw down, safe. Stolen base for Bonifacio.
Thought they were going to get him. A good strong throw.
And here comes Clint Hurdle.
Somehow must have got his hand in there.
Got the
by a mile.
He's got the mitten. And Jeff Bannister's giving Clint Hurdle the signal that
you have to make sure I noticed that you have to position yourself with the umpire.
Right. Yeah. Apparently the umpires have been
circle around them.
Yeah, the umpires are working with these managers so that the managers can get the angle.
Okay, you stand here.
Yeah. Let's just move over here. Let me get a look at the bench.
One thing that it has kind of taken away, it's will anybody really argue?
No.
It's just kind of you go out, you put your back to center field, watch the dugout, and then go back to the dugout. Going to save the managers a whole lot of money. No more fines.
Valbuena singled in the 9th to tie the game. He brought home Junior Lake, tied it at 2. In the 12th, Anthony Rizzo homered for the Cubs. Starling Marte singled in the bottom of that inning. And now the Cubs threaten here in the 15th to regain the lead. Walked it. John Baker. Backup catcher. The last position player available. He bats for right. talk to Pimentel. John Baker signed a minor league free agent contract with the Cubs in January, a non-roster invite to spring training. Baker, last couple of years with the Padres, a handful of seasons with the Florida Marlins. Originally a 4th-round pick of the Oakland Athletics in 2002. Oh, and 2 on Baker. One ball, 2 strikes.
Crossed up on that. Doesn't look good. Barely got out there in time to grab that one and knock it down.
2-2. Struck him out looking. Two outs in the top of the 15th.
Yes, nicking that outside corner a little bit. Now Rizzo.
Pimentel got Rizzo to fly out to center field in the 14th. Dangerous hitter, strike 1. Carlos Villanueva loosening in the bullpen for the Cubs. He is their 5th starter. One ball, 1 strike, the count on Rizzo.
It's turning into one of those games. Sometimes you call for reinforcements the next day.
3rd game of the regular season. Wouldn't that be something?
Huh?
3rd game of the regular season. Who would have expected that? Bullpens.
Jedmar, how many pitches did he throw? Remember? I think number 57 right here for Pimentel.
Popped up, left field, Marte.
That lights. Oh. He was fighting that lights.
Head to the bottom of the 15th inning.
2-hour and 40-minute rain delay.
Teams, that long rain delay, but ends in celebration as the Reds win their first game. And here, the Cubs are trying to win their first. Take one away from the Pirates. Meanwhile, the Buccos will go to work here in the bottom of the 15th against Carlos Villanueva, who is scheduled to start on Sunday. Veteran righty will face Russell Martin to start things off. Villanueva made 15 starts last year for the Cubs out of his 47 appearances. Longtime Brewer. You knew Ross Morgan would be right in the middle of everything, didn't you?
He's usually the last guy to leave the stadium.
Russell Martin 0 for 5. Martin was 1 for 4 opening day. Last time up hit by a pitch. Figure no shocker that Tony Sanchez would get the start tomorrow or later today. 12:35 first pitch start. Martin catching 10 innings on Monday, and so far 15 innings here. Chop toward the shortstop. Bonifacio throws out Russell Martin. Brings up Neil Walker. This was on Monday afternoon. A thrilling walk-off home run to give the Pirates the 1-0 victory over the Chicago Cubs.
If he does it here, it might not be quite as loud, but I think the fans will even, the ones that are here will even go crazier. They're in that mood right now, especially the boys up and left. There they are. They're ready to roar.
Ball, 1 strike. Out of play. Pirates had a shot, a big time shot at winning this ball game.
Bases loaded, nobody out. You can't get much better than that.
Clint Barmas bounced into a 7-2-3 double play, and they have checked back as far as 1974. The first ground ball 7-2-3 double play since at least 1974. Down on strikes goes Walker. 2 outs. And here is Clint Barmas. Ball one. Ball and a strike on Barmes. Pinch ran in the 12th. Scored on the Marte hit. Two for 5 lifetime against Carlos Villanueva. Wesley Wright won a couple of scoreless innings. 2-2 on Barmes. Popped up. Foul territory. Guess what, Bob Walk? Get ready. Get those pipes ready. Get that script out.
Pass the jerky.
Everybody on the set.
Ancillary innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. It's the best I can do, Greg.
Not great.
No.
Yeah, that was. I think I'd call that a little bit weak, actually.
Yeah. Well, the bag of jerky is gone now. We've ate it all. Cookies are gone. Coffee's almost gone.
Nate Shearholtz fouls this ball out of play.
That was worth the wait. Had a foul ball.
In the air towards center. Left center field, McCutchen.
Got a man there.
Ray Searage, Bucko pitching coach. Might be talking to Edinson Volquez because Volquez is the scheduled starter Sunday.
He has a glove on. See that? I think he's getting ready to head to the bullpen. Time to ask for volunteers.
Pretty obvious that they want to stay away from Brian Morris.
Now there is another game in a few hours.
Yeah.
Has any game ever gone so long that it pushed the game time of the next one back? What's game time now? Is that 12:35?
Yep. Are you just going to sleep here tonight? I am. I'm not.
Are you?
Aren't you?
No, I'm going to go home.
All right. Strikeout for Stolmy Pimentel. Number 4. You have to like the job that Pimentel has done, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a season if we can stay away from injury. I mean, that's always kind of a wild card thing, and you never really know what's going to happen. But the pitching should be strong again. It's got a lot of depth.
Broken bat, look out. Fly ball to left. Catch is made. 1, 2, 3 for Stolmy Pimentel. Going to the bottom of the 16th inning. Tied at 3.
There's a lot of people that are
veterans. Remember that?
Oh yeah. What the thing I remember is, or out west where I grew up, the last thing would look like something like a dartboard.
Yeah.
With a big circle thing with a I had no idea what that was.
Test signal.
Yeah, that was what.
But that's what they used to do. They didn't broadcast for 24 hours.
Yeah. That was the end of the day.
At the end of the day, they'd play the national anthem.
So see you in the morning.
Yeah. But we are not going to bed, nor are you. Yeah, we're going to win it here in the bottom of the 16th anyway, so it'll be worth the wait. Jordy Mercer. Slow breaking pitch for strike 1. Troy.
He's up there on top of the batter's eye all night long. All by himself. Has no one to talk to.
Line drive past the first baseman Rizzo. See if this is the break the Buccos need.
Could be a little crack in the door. See how the Pirates play it here now. one hopper, tried to get that backhand pick. Came up with nothing. Will they bunt?
You'd think so.
Looked like Tabra squared around on the pickoff throw.
History made here within the last minute, Bob, in terms of time of game. It's the longest game, which is hard for me to believe, longest game ever played in Pittsburgh.
That is hard to believe, but we had that inning that Veras pitched. That took a half hour.
Yep. Mick Leva checking in with Tabata.
We had a couple other innings where some things were going on.
Yeah. They give Jordy Mercer a base hit on that shot past Rizzo. See what Tabata does. He's squaring. And now he's going to swing. Leva must have told him, if you see them charge, swing, and one of the third baseman, Valbuena, hit the deck.
With that big opening over there, you could see why he would slap one through, maybe.
Throw to second base, and they got the out there.
One place, and I'll say this again, I said it earlier, that you can't bunt a ball to. That was when the Cubs were bunting, and remember they bunted it to Pedro Alvarez, and he threw to second. But the third baseman is in all over you. He has nothing to do back at third but come in and hold your hand. If you bunt it toward third, they will go to second with it every time. You have to bunt the ball toward first base. And I was about to say that Mercer, has to take advantage of nobody holding him on, and he has to really get a huge lead. If not, just go ahead and steal the base because there's nobody to hold him on. If they're going to break in early from first base, you got to make them pay the price. Now Rizzo, he was leaving way early. He was probably a good 10-12 feet in on the grass when that ball was delivered at home. So as a base runner, there's no reason for you to be, not taking advantage of that and increasing your lead as Rizzo runs home.
And Marte, another hit. Lines it into left. Tabata thinking third. And he is going to be there easily. Well, here we go again. 90 feet away. Potential winning run.
One of the things when you're playing very deep, playing no doubles, and Lake plays on the warning track where he's playing no doubles, is now when there is a single, you have a long ways to go to come get that ball. And that allowed Tabata the time he needed to get all the way to third base. Lake is back there almost leaning up against the Sunoco side. So because he is so deep, he can't do anything on a base hit to left about stopping Tabata. Tabata goes into third standing up.
Tony Sanchez will pinch hit the infield in. His first at bat of the young season. Was expected to begin the year at AAA Indianapolis, but when Chris Stewart underwent knee surgery, Pirates decided to keep Sanchez, figuring Stewart won't be out all that long, and Sanchez will be Russell Martin's backup for about a month or so.
They're trying to crowd him. They don't want him to be able to hit the ball to right field. When you go the other way, you're much more likely to hit a ball to the outfield than when you try and pull it. A lot of times when you try to pull, more often than not, you hit a ground ball. That's why you see a lot of defensive setups. They play pull in the infield to hit the ball the other way in the outfield. I'd like to see him hit the ball towards center and right.
Bouncing ball to left. Raise the Jolly Roger.
Wow.
Longest game in Pittsburgh ends with a Pirates victory on the base hit by Tony Sanchez in 16 innings. First career walk-off hit for Tony Sanchez.
How about 2 games into the season, we've had basically already 2 dog piles out on the field.
First time since 1914 the Pirates begin a year with back-to-back walk-off victories. Looks like it's going to be a special season again, doesn't it?
It's looking that way. He ends up pulling it, rolling over and hitting the ground ball, but it's perfectly placed and able to scoot out into left field. I wonder if the Cubs thought about bringing Lake in again. If they would have, there would have been somebody standing there.
The bench reacts, and Stoli Pimentel gets his first big league victory.
And he deserved it.
What a job he did. 2 games into the season, it's the battle in Buccos. 2-0. Let's go downstairs to Robbie and Smikowski.
Tony Sanchez, first step out of the season, 3rd pitch he sees. Wasn't even supposed to start the season here with the Pittsburgh Pirates, supposed to start in Indianapolis. Tony, how do you describe the last making the team and then coming here and doing this in your first at bat?
It's pretty nerve-wracking. I was up to the plate, and I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't obviously faced Villanova before, but everyone started chanting Tony. I was like, I got to get the job done.
What are you thinking as you're in that situation? You hadn't bat all season long, plus you knew at bat music, played for the first time, Tony. But in that situation, man on third, and you have one out, what are you looking for?
You know, the pressure's kind of all us. All you have to do is kind of put the ball in play, try and get the ball into the outfield. And he started off with 2 fastballs inside and got me to 2-0. And I was at an advantage there. I was swinging no matter what that pitch was, and luckily it got through the hole.
Tony, what's all this like for you when you take all this in, just your experience last season to come here, and now you step in and contribute, in a win where they all matter?
They do, and it's huge. It's huge for my confidence, and, it's a lot of fun. But, we were running thin with pitching, so I either got the job done there or we were going into more baseball.
What do you think your first tweet will be when you log on after this ball game?
I don't know. I'm going to shower and eat first, 'cause I'm starving.
Thank you, Tony Sanchez. How about it? Tony Sanchez with the walk-off. 2 in 2 days. Rob King and John Wayner. How much fun is this?